right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And everybody would be kind enough to take their seats. The March 10th, 2010 special joint meeting of the City Council and the Redevelopment Agency Budget Workshop is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast Thursday at 12 p.m., on Friday at 5 p.m., Saturday at 3 a.m., and Monday at 6 a.m., Tuesday at 10 a.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. We make this announcement every time we meet here. If alarms should go off, please exit, and our marshals will tell you when it's safe to re-enter the building. We do this simply as a matter of precaution, have no reason to believe that that event would take place. Before we move on to our agenda, would everyone please rise for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item number 4 is discussion and possible action regarding fiscal year 2011 City of Las Vegas operating budget requests. I'm also going to call item number 5, discussion and possible action regarding fiscal year 2011 Redevelopment Agency operating budget requests. And do you suggest that I also call 6 at this time? 6 is discussion and possible action regarding reducing the scheduled cost of living adjustment, the COLA, for the City of Las Vegas Employees Association, the LVCVA, LVCEA employees by 1% for the fiscal year 2011 in accordance with Section 2 of the Memorandum of Understanding. Ms. Fretwell, before you proceed, the council has been briefed. We've attended neighborhood meetings, town hall meetings. We've been given copies of the survey, so I believe it's what in the law business, if you were appearing in front of a court, it would be called a hot bench, that we're all ready to hear the presentation, but we're also prepared to act today in response to the presentation. I would suggest that any questions or comments by my colleagues on the council be reserved until the report and presentation is completed. That way we'll be able to have the total picture given to us, and then we'll take as much time as is necessary in order to clarify issues, to ask questions, to state positions. Nobody's in a hurry today. Nobody has anything better to do than to engage in this very important budget discussion during these very challenging times. So with that request, I would ask you to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark and I would both like to make a few opening comments before we begin the formal presentation. And I don't need to remind you that we have been underway for over 2 years in trying to address a structural shortfall in our budget. It is primarily due to diminishing revenues, period. This is not because our employees have not been doing the very best they could possibly do. It is not because we're providing things to this community that the community no longer wants. It is simply because we do not have the same revenues that we once had to support all the programs that we've built up over the preceding years. We have been very proactive and progressive, in my opinion, in trying to stay ahead of the curve and stem the tide and avoid community impacts in balancing the budget. We've been successful in doing that over the last couple of years with very minor impacts to the community. We use things like forecasting models and pricing tools and conservative spending practices to do that. That's due in large part, in my opinion, to your leadership and your willingness to take a hard line as needed as it relates to our current financial picture. You've been aggressive in attacking these shortfalls. I know the mayor doesn't like it when I use that word, but I really do think you've been aggressive in attacking the shortfalls through reining in our budget costs and developing conservative spending plans. Those are the only choices we really have, and we've used a variety of things to do that. We have strict position vacancy management. We've reduced operating budgets. We've created stabilization funds. We've had program and service eliminations. We've identified our funding gap for our bargaining leaders. And we've maintained a healthy fund balance within the guidelines that you've directed us through your budget policies. You know, as I thought about this morning's presentation, I reflected back on our presentation last year, my first year presenting a budget to you. And I indicated at that time that we were going to have a deficit budget last year, but that we were going to use this budget year, fiscal year 10, to plan and prepare for what we all knew was going to be a major shortfall. And here we are. We're having to have those hard discussions now. So based on some of the revenue declines this year, we had to make some immediate actions in November. You all know that. I made a presentation to you then. We cut over $8 million in additional expenses out of our budget that you had approved in July. I think that was a prudent and responsible thing to do. And since that time, we've been working on the development of our 2011 budget, the one that we're presenting to you here today. We knew it would be tough, but I like to tell you that it's been more than tough, it's been gut-wrenching. We knew this would require reevaluating what we do, what our core mission is. We've done that, and you'll see some of that in what we're recommending today. We've conducted extensive outreach with our community, as the mayor indicated. He says jokingly that I'm fired after about the 10th of those 13 town hall meetings, but we did the yeoman's effort, I believe, in getting out to our public to explain the impacts and the dilemma that you're facing today in this critical vote. We are reducing major functions in this city dramatically in this budget. And it's not because there's not work to be done. There is work to be done. There's simply not enough revenue to continue to support that work. Period. There's not enough revenue to keep doing what we've always done. We've effectively cut spending in positions by 14 to 16% over the last couple of years. 230 employees will be impacted directly due to these budget cuts we'll talk about today, and 146 will be separated as a result. But the budget that we will present to you today will be balanced. We are strategically using reserves, but we'll still have major cuts in many departments. The budget of the general fund will be $493 million. That's about the same as our operating budget in 2005, just to put it in perspective. With that kind of grim picture and a little bit of history, I'd like to ask Mark just to speak a little bit about the current state of our finances, and then we'll begin the formal presentation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Betsy. Betsy made a couple of comments I'd like to echo first. It's kind of interesting. Our revenue forecast for 2011 is going to be about $456 million. That's excluding any use of reserves. That's what our pure revenues are going to look like. In 2005, those same revenues were $459 million. So you can see, as Betsy indicated, we're back down to 2005 levels. You'd have to roll the clock back 6 years to get there. More interesting, I was just running some calculations real quickly here. In 2009, we had a decrease in revenue of $24 million from the previous year. 2010, $28 million decrease from the revenue from the previous year. 2011 that we're projecting a $19 million decrease in revenue from the previous year. That's over $70 million in decreases at a time when your revenue should have grown by at least $15 million per year over those years to keep pace with inflation and our contractual commitments. You add all that up together, you're well over $110 million in revenue reductions that represent the cuts that we've been talking about, that we've been doing since 2008. So just wanted to give you a flavor for what's happening here is being driven by lack of revenues. And so that's probably something that I wanted to make a few opening comments about. We're probably going to experience roughly a 12% drop in C-Tax revenues this year. We see some signs, certainly December and even the first quarter to some extent with this consolidated tax, showed that the loss or the decline, although it's still going negative, is decreasing, and that's a good sign. So we're kind of predicting that in this current year, 2010, might be the bottoming out, and then the shortfall, the decrease in revenues will start to get smaller and smaller. The bad news to that story is, as we've mentioned before, property tax is sort of a lagging indicator more so than C-Tax is a little more immediate because it's consumer spending. Property tax has a process it goes through that delays it. Next year is going to be our bottom year in property. We hope it's our bottom year, but we think it'll be the bottom year in property tax. We're looking at roughly a $17.5 million reduction in property taxes next year. That's almost entirely why we're looking at a $19 million drop in revenues from 10 to 11. We think 12, while it may be a recovery year for us, these declines in revenues is exactly what's driving the need for these reductions. And we're going to say it once or twice along the day, but I don't want to underestimate this, that the cuts that we've done this year so far with the $8.5 million, the $26.5 million that we're proposing to you today, that $35 million, that's only half of the current year's problem. And we are going to plug the other half with reserves, as we've briefed you on. But what that means is that next year, following fiscal year 2012, we're going to be facing another deficit of $40 to $45 million. So, again, as we get through the presentation, we'll talk about that in more depth. But I want you to keep your arms around the fact that this is a partial solution. We're going to have another problem in 12. I don't think revenues, while 12 may be a recovery year, there's no way they're going to recover enough to make up that shortfall. So just want to keep that in your forefront of your mind as we go through today's presentation.
Right, thank you.
So today what we plan on doing is covering primarily where we have been with the Fundamental Service Review, a very quick historical snapshot. We want to cover how we've been communicating not only with our employees but with our citizens. Then we want to launch right into the impacts of the budget reduction recommendations. We'll talk about revenue recommendations, as well as summarize the fiscal year budget recommendations for Council's consideration for action today. So very quickly, back in 2008, we identified a projected shortfall of $150 million over 5 years. Council directed staff to begin immediately a fundamental service review of all of our programs. And we used the following guiding principles, which are my personal goals as your city manager in doing so. We wanted to sustain our fiscal integrity, maintain critical services, and preserve city jobs. Those have not changed. In 2008, we presented a plan to the Mayor and Council. From that, we created a revenue stabilization fund. We dropped our current ending fund balance reserve by policy from 12 to 10. We took necessary actions to balance the budget, including things like separation plans, working with our bargaining groups, and program reductions. And we have implemented all of the 106 recommendations that we had at that time that were implementable or feasible for implementation.
In 2009, that was the year I think that we really started grappling with this, but fortunately we were able to do a lot of these cuts you see here today without having to have very many reductions in force. Most of those reductions in force were limited to building and safety because of the lack of the work. But you can see here the labor savings and non-labor savings, the fundamental service review vacancies, FSR efficiencies. I mean, that'll add up to to close to $50 million when you look at it. It was also the first year that we started looking at internal consolidations. You can see here consolidations of admin services, the PIO and graphic arts, the special events, most of the graffiti abatement efforts. We began to look at internal consolidations where we could save money. And also was the first year that we began to see a really community impact when we had to start closing on Sundays our community centers. So that was the first time that you started to see some of that in 2009. And the next slide here, you can see those. That was also in late in calendar year 2009, first part of the fiscal year 2010. We went back and reevaluated our revenue projections with our financial oversight committee, and we saw that because of both the declining seat tax and property taxes, that we were facing roughly a doubling of that shortfall over a 5-year period. So our shortfall went from roughly $35 million to $70 million on an annual basis, and we did that. We briefed you on that last November. And again, as a result of that, we immediately went and got approval from you to implement the Tier 1 recommendations, which had an impact in this current fiscal year, of about $7.7 million.
So where does that leave us? Since 2008, we've had a total budget cut of around $107 million. With the recommendations before you today, a total of 566 positions will have been eliminated. We've created a vacancy pool for all non-public safety positions that the vacant positions have been swept into and out of the departmental budgets. Our reductions in the cost of labor from represented groups has netted a $2.6 million annual savings, curtailing any increase in growth in salaries of your non-represented employees is netting about $2.1 million in savings annually right now. In addition, we continued offering voluntary separation programs. 115 individuals have taken advantage of that. We've saved somewhere between $13 and $15 million through those programs. Let's talk a little bit about communication. Obviously, you all are probably sick to death of hearing us talk about financial situation. We brief you practically every week. But formally, every 6 months, we provide you an update on our financial model, the most recent one having occurred in November of 2009. We provide you weekly briefings on the relevant issues, whether it be the latest revenue reports or the status of our implementation on cost-saving measures, and or the development of our budget recommendations as we've been moving through this process. We also have made an effort to keep track of what's going on elsewhere in this country and provide a regular report to you about that, so that if there are ideas from what other places are using as strategies, we can use them here too. We're not afraid of copying things that work from other places, and we're willing to do that and keep a close eye on what they're doing. We've also been conducting regular closed-door sessions to discuss the status of our union negotiations, and we've had several of those over the past few months. And obviously, we've had specific briefings on the budget options that would allow for council input leading up to today's budget briefing and workshop. On the employee communication front, we have had city budget emails, hundreds of them, coming from employees that we've made available, done our best to respond to. We've provided video messages from the manager to all of our employees. We provided email messages, CityLink updates, which is my weekly email to all of the employees. We've also conducted a series of employee meetings, both here in the City Council chambers, which we taped, and one at the Fifth Street School. In addition to that, we had meetings with every work unit with the deputy city managers present to give an overview of our financial condition back in December. As far as citizen outreach goes, I probably don't need to remind you too much about this because we just wrapped this up. We provided you the final report regarding the work that UNLV has assisted us with, both the Department of Sociology, the Cannon Survey Center, and our own staff. We've done a citizen survey through the phones. We've done focus panels. We've done online surveys, and we've done town hall meetings. We made sure those town hall meetings were geographically dispersed so we missed no one if they wanted to come. We put those notices out early, and they were well covered by the local media, and a big thank you to them for their support in helping us draw individuals to those meetings. We had hundreds of participants. So the average attendance at each of these sessions that we had out in the community was well over 100. We had 700 at one in Mayor Pro Tem's ward. It was just really astounding, and I think based on the turnout, we were doing the right thing, even though it was very difficult to organize, but worth it in the long run. So what did that final report say? We asked UNLV's professors to summarize for us. When we look at all of the data we gathered, what did our citizens tell us? One, they're happy with the services they receive from the city. They're very satisfied with what we're providing to them. They feel that all our services are very important, that services for health, human health, safety, and at-risk populations are most important, that smart economic strategies have to happen, that our parks, community centers, and neighborhood support are important for the quality of life, that a majority of our citizens are willing to pay to sustain more important services, and that we need to keep a sustained focus on communication with them. Just by way of reminder, this is the budget philosophy that we used in preparing this budget.
Obviously, as getting prepared for this year, early in the fall, late summer, early fall, we asked every department to put together a 12% reduction plan. And now it should point out to you that did exclude Metro, it did exclude things that we had no control over, like debt service and utility type expenses. So that 12% really kind of equated to about an 8% reduction in the total budget. We also, at that time, I think it was in November, Betsy sent out a letter to all the collective bargaining groups asking for them for an 8% rollback, including a flat growth. Flat growth meant no COLA, no step increase, no merit, no bonus, in addition to the 8% rollback. We also implemented a hard freeze. We had a vacancy pool that we were managing at the time. We told departments at that time that until we went through this budget process, we were not going to approve any positions. And to my knowledge, maybe there was one position that we actually had to fill in the course of that time. The approach also recognized that there was prepared without consideration for any labor concessions, because that was one thing that we knew we couldn't force, and so we said these are the cuts we'd have to do without that. Again, we did this program based upon feedback we got from council, the community, collective bargaining units, employee feedback, the hundreds of emails that Betsy talked about. I mentioned earlier that this deficit was so large that we decided to take a two-year approach. It was as awful as this is, to have double it for this process would have been just monumental for us. And we didn't need to do that because we did have some reserves, and so we made a decision to offer up some reserves in order to get us that two-year approach. And again, we assume no labor concessions. We did establish targets based on spending patterns. And when we started looking at it, we observed that our spending pattern for this year looks like, based upon the Tier 1 cuts that we already had done in November, that we could probably hit that 493 number. And so that's partly how those budget targets were developed, based upon those spending patterns. We also took no consideration for revenue enhancements, partly because some of those are difficult to predict, and there's still processes we may have to go through ordinances, business impact studies, but also because we knew we had another year of shortfalls, and to the extent we could generate revenues, that could help us plug the shortfall in the following year as well. So there was some consideration for that. And I've already mentioned the fact that we're looking at a pretty stiff shortfall in 12. This next slide is sort of a busy slide, but hopefully I can direct your attention to the red column. This is the current budget cuts we're talking about, the Tier 2 cuts. All the cuts to the left of that are the actions that Betsy and I have been talking about, sort of the history of where we're at, excluding other funds, excluding things we've done with the capital project funds in certain terms of delaying projects and redirecting money. We've cut a total of almost $83 million out of our budget. This particular cut is $26.5 million, and you can see how that spreads by department. And this is a difficult slide to read, but I'll just tell you that it ranges anywhere from 5.5% for our public safety departments like Metro and the fire department to almost 30% for groups like human resources and planning and development. If you go to the next slide for me, Betsy, this is a little easier to read slide. This takes those departments and categorizes those into functional areas. One of the things that was pretty clear to us, both from citizen feedback and from direction we got from you, is that public safety was a high priority. And you can see when you look at the cumulative cuts here of what we've done, the impact to public safety has been about a 6% reduction. And then you can see the impacts in some of the other areas, as much as 29% in economic assistance. A lot of the cuts in economic assistance was driven by being able to move some of those services into the redevelopment agency. When you look at it in terms of a staffing perspective, Betsy, could you go back a couple slides? That one here. You can't see it very well here, but I'll just speak to it. There is a line in here that's called non-departmental. That non-departmental pays for things like debt service, pays for some of our utility, we used to pay for utility costs, some of our commitments that are not necessarily related to a particular department. In that non-departmental is also the vacancy pool. We established a policy last November that we briefed you on that said as positions become vacant in the future, they will be swept into the vacancy pool, and that's how we were going to manage a pool of vacancies. We excluded public safety, particularly the combat-type positions, suppression positions in fire, but even some of the public safety-related positions like call centers or 911 dispatch and things of that nature. All the other positions were swept into the pool, and they were stripped of their position description. They're just essentially a grade and a dollar value. We have about, as of today, have about 50 positions remaining in that, about $4.5 million. That represents a vacancy factor of less than 2%. It's about 1% of our budget. Those positions will be managed by the city manager office through the PJC, the Position Justification Committee. As requests come in for new vacancies to be filled, this becomes a source of money to fill those. But again, I think Betsy will speak to that issue here in a second. The point I wanted to make with this, if you flip back forward to the staffing count, this slide indicates how many positions we have eliminated. And when you get to the Tier 2, you see 190.9 positions. That does not include the 50 vacant swept positions. They are still funded in the budget. They're part of the $493 million number, but it's a pool of vacant positions that we will use at our discretion. Let me give you an example. Maybe that would help. If you take, for example, a CEA position, a CC 27 position, it could be perhaps an accounting tech. It could be a senior custodian. It could be a video tech person. It could be a rec leader 1 or culture leader 1. Many types of positions. We needed the flexibility to be able to decide as time went on which ones of those types of positions were critical, and this gives us the flexibility to do that. But the departments, those positions were swept. These vacant positions are still appearing in their department budgets, and I just want to make a point that there's actually 50 vacant positions that are actually in the pool.
Maybe I should also comment on that. When you're making these drastic cuts, there are surely things we've missed. There will be unintended consequences, impacts that we did not adequately predict. Those 50 positions give us a tiny bit of flexibility to address any of those implementation issues going forward. It also helps us when we have critical positions that need to be filled, that we can fill them at the right level. This is something we will track regularly, and what we will do is fall back on the way we managed vacancies prior to the hard freeze being in place in November, where we critically review any position before it's refilled. We all know that we're still looking at a $40 to $45 million hole next year. So we don't want to hire anyone back or hire a new person if we're going to be unable to sustain that position. So all of those positions before fill would follow all of the collective bargaining rules as far as rehire rights for anyone who may be impacted by the budget recommendations today through a separation or a demotion through bumping. But on top of that, we will be looking at it from a management level with a very, very critical eye, that we're making sure we're hitting your priorities and that we are trying to mitigate any unintended consequences of these budget recommendations that we were unable to predict going into this budget plan.
Betsy, before you leave the slide, the total cuts to date are 516 positions that we've eliminated, including our proposal today. If you add on top of that the 50 vacant positions that we're managing, that gets up to almost to 566. That's almost a 17% reduction in positions since 2008 that we have been managing. And again, most of that's been through attrition. It's at the time that we're dealing with positions that are actually filled.
So, since the briefings, we've had to make some adjustments. Obviously, we had several town halls since we began to, since we rolled out the budget recommendations that we made available not only to the mayor and council, but to all of the bargaining leaders, the judges, the sheriff, all of our employees, about 3 weeks ago. There have been some changes, and we'll talk through them as a part of the presentation, but at a high level, I wanted to say what the main things were. One, the total reduction in fire was modified. We'll talk some more about that. There are recommendations now to address our concerns regarding the reserve levels in the Building and Safety Department. We'll go over that in a separate slide. We also have changes in the numbers of employees separated. You will remember that we had 171 that we talked about. In moving through this process and refining, we tried to take better use of vacancies that were in place over the last 3 weeks, as well as recognizing the impact of the lesser reduction in the fire and rescue that was necessary for them to hit their target. So all of those things combined created some shifts. So the total number of positions that will be separated, the total number of positions that will be impacted by bumping has gone down, which is a good thing. So we just wanted to point that out. And the other thing that we found out last Friday is that Metro, and I believe, and I'm not sure if the sheriff's here, but if he is, he may need to refine this, but my understanding is that based on the county budget and the county budget levels for detention services, the sheriff will have less funding available to house prisoners. And as a result, we typically house somewhere between 150 and 175 of the county prisoners. We will have less than that. We get paid a daily rate for every county prisoner that we house on behalf of the county. We've been notified that that number will be going down this year. We're anticipating that that will have $1 million to $1.3 million impact on our revenue. We're not going to try and fix that today, if you will. It is something that we need to address, and Chief Coyne is analyzing that situation, and we will report back to you in briefings on how we're going to address that shortfall. But it is not reflected in this budget presentation for you today. As you know, and Mark mentioned some of this, we have been working aggressively to do some consolidations. Many of these are still internal consolidations, although you're starting to see impacts on areas where we provide services. We're consolidating the Arts and Community Events Unit out of Leisure Services with the Office of Cultural Affairs. We feel like we will be able to create some efficiencies there and streamline some of the things that we provide in the downturn without having more cuts to the program side of things. We also have consolidated the Sustainability Initiative into the Office of Administrative Services. We've talked quite a bit about that, but this effort really requires significant interdepartmental coordination, and Administrative Services is one of the key departments that does that, working out of the manager's office. And then finally, we would restructure our diversity outreach efforts through the office, the city manager's office, through the Chief Urban Redevelopment Officer and the departments that report to him. We will no longer have an individual that is a diversity outreach officer. We will be preserving the program so that we can continue to support the efforts of our various chambers and nonprofit groups that are a very important component of our community. So they'll have support from OBD from a business development standpoint, and then from the Office of Cultural Affairs from a special event standpoint.
As you see, as we go through the presentation, we did look at other funds besides general fund. We are going to be making some recommendations in some of those internal service funds and enterprise funds. One of the things we're going to recommend to you, see here in a little bit, the elimination of the video services enterprise fund. By rolling that into the general fund will be able to benefit from some of the revenues that are generated from the cable franchise, and you'll see that in the slide here. We're also looking at eliminating, or actually managing our fund balances in internal service funds. You'll see a policy coming up here that will help us do that, and that'll allow us to take some of those revenues and help us with the plugging the gap. We're also we looked at several funds. We looked at the fire equipment in particular and decided that that's a fund that probably doesn't need to be an internal service fund, can be managed in the general fund, and the revenue, the fund balance in there will go towards capital equipment for the fire department. That's what it's for, and that's where it will go. We also looked at some of our rates, and we see that our chargebacks for the use of things like particularly automobiles or vehicles and heavy equipment, but potentially other things like computers and phones. We're adjusting those rates. The big adjustment we're going to have is in the fleet services rates for the capital replacement for equipment and vehicles.
You're obviously going to see some significant impacts, but generally we're going to notice as city staff things like longer response time for requests, increased workload, decreased flexibility and discretionary spending, and deferred maintenance. As far as what you will see and what you will likely hear from your citizens or may receive complaints about or inquiries are things like longer lines. I mean, there are just going to be longer lines at various things. There's going to be more people waiting for certain kinds of classes because there's fewer of them. There will be a longer turnaround time for requests, whether it's a response to a maintenance issue out in a park or any of the other number of issues that come to your council offices from our citizens. It's probably going to take us longer to respond. We've reduced and eliminated programs, so you may have someone who really loved a particular dance class that we can no longer afford to provide. So it could be completely eliminated, or if we held it 4 times before, we may only be able to have 1 a year. So those are the kinds of impacts that you'll see. And obviously there'll be less staff available to support events and be present at events, and that's just the way it will be.
This is the part of the presentation we're going to start going through the recommendations that the departments have made through the city manager that she's approved. We've arranged this so that we'll deal with the larger issues first, and as we go through, and the first step here is the fire and rescue. This slide is marked as revised because there's a change to this slide, and the most significant change is how we determine how much the cut was. And let me explain that to you. You can see in the slide that there was originally 46 FTEs that were going to be reduced, and most of that was going to be happening in fire prevention and inspection area. The issue here was when we developed the budget for 2010, we developed that budget in April. You approved it in May. At the time, we had no settlement with the fire the IAFF contract, the firefighter contract, and so we budgeted for a 3% COLA because that was conservative. As you know, in July we settled. Essentially, what the fire department received was a zero COLA in consideration for picking up their share of the match on the PERS. And so what that did is the $117 million budget that they had for fiscal year 10 was overstated by about $3 million. It should have been revised down to 114. When we compared the 117 to the target that I talked about earlier, the 111, which was based upon spending patterns, that created what looked like was a $6 million cut, as you can see in the slide, $5.9 million, when in fact it should have been closer to $2.9 million. So we revised we didn't revise the target that we're trying to establish in order to hit the $493 million, but we revised the amount of the cut that had to be executed in order to hit it. Again, hopefully that makes some sense, but it was a result of the budget being inflated by about $3 million. The revised submittal, if you can click for me.
Sorry.
And I have an error on this slide. It's going to be 8 FTEs. The fire department is going to hit the $2.9 million budget. And basically how they're going to do that is they're eliminating...
Yes, excuse me, Mr. Vincent. There's been an excellent suggestion for those who are in the audience and those who are not as familiar with the acronyms that you're using. For instance, when you say CEA, let the public know what that means. That way everything is very clear. Thank you.
The IAFF is the International Association of Firefighters. It's the Firefighter Bargaining Unit. CEA is the City Employee Association.
Right, and FTE?
And as a FTE is a full-time equivalent.
Thank you.
Full-time equivalent. And I'll do better as I go along, hopefully. Full-time equivalent is just basically the recognition that employees, there may be part-time employees, or there may be employees that are hired in the middle of the year. They don't work a full year. They don't work a full shift. And so that's how you get to partial full-time equivalents. It's not the same as a staff person. It's hours worked. They did hit the $2.9 million, as I mentioned. It was primarily as a result of reductions in vacancies. There is one position that is filled that will have to be that is going to be reduced. That is an office supervisor. I think it's a CA position. The reductions are worth about $2.1 million. Those about 800,000 rather, I should say, about $1 million in savings for the vacancies. There's another $1 million in services and supplies. That's primarily driven by lower contribution requirements for the communication center that we fund jointly with other entities. There's going to be a remaining shortfall of around $800,000 roughly, and the fire chief will have to manage brownouts, if you will. And let me explain what a brownout is the best I can. A brownout is where the fire chief would decide, in order to control overtime, based upon need and based upon what he sees going on for the day, to take a particular fire unit, and that would be something like likely a fire engine or a fire truck. Could be something else as well, but more likely to be one of those, where he will take the unit out of service for that shift. He will have to make that decision on an ongoing basis based upon what he sees is the requirements for the day. There may be days where he doesn't brown anything out. He may brown something out every other day, and there may be days where he decides he can brown out 2 units. It'll be at his call. But he knows that he's going to have to brown out some portion of units during the course of the year in order to hit this $2.9 million budget. And this is just a list of the positions. The one that's the mistake is the EMS coordinator. That vacant position is not going to be eliminated, and I would expect that he'll ask for that to be filled here shortly. This slide kind of indicates the other considerations that the fire chief was working through. As an alternative to having a brownout, he could have eliminated the fire protection engineering program or prevention inspectors. That was something I don't think he felt he was comfortable. He wanted to do. Fire prevention is a key component to fire safety. It's if you can prevent it rather than have to respond to it, that seems to make sense to most of us. The issue that we're going to have is as we know that we're still talking about a $40 to $45 million deficit next year, the chief is going to have to evaluate and pursue other options for next year. We may be looking at more brownouts. We may be looking at staffing unit changes, and those would obviously be subject to collective bargaining and the standard operating procedures as a result of that. He may, in fact, have to come back next year and revisit some of these inspectors and engineering positions by just keeping that in mind, that there is, again, a significant shortfall for next year.
In fact, one of the things that we will be doing is evaluating the potential of reorganization of the fire protection engineer program and the building and safety program to see if there's some way for us to better deliver the service. In the Department of Detention and Enforcement, they also hit their target. You can see the levels of cut. It's around a 9% cut over the last few years. This particular budget has a 26-person reduction. It hits a total budget reduction target of $2.8, almost $2.9 million. You can see that we recognize that some of the impacts will be decreased frequency of patrols in city parks and our facilities. our inability to assist other agencies. We've been doing that for some time to our benefit. That will probably have to come to a halt or be much diminished. Also, there will be issues associated with inmate booking and release times, as well as availability for inmate family visitation, property releases, discharge planning, and attorney visits. I have closure of the Northwest Substation in red, and you will see some things in red as we go through these presentations. That means there's a modified city manager's recommendation that I'd like for you to consider today. In this case, we'd like to restore that substation funding. It creates significant efficiencies out in the Northwest, but it was either close the center down or lay one more person off, and the chief felt like we needed to close the center down. I think we should restore that piece of the budget and still retain those efficiencies.
With neighborhood services, you can see that they did achieve their target. It's about a $1.3 million budget reduction, 12 FTEs. I believe only one of those is a vacant position. Here again, you can see the two items in red, the rapid response cleanup. We were looking at reducing that from 5 to 3 crews. It's in red again because that's one of the things we're looking at restoring, and Betsy will be talking about that a little bit later. We have a plan that we think might work for that. With respect to Evolve, we're looking at some of the ancillary services that we would eliminate. We're trying to maintain services to the homeless and the discharge planning, and again, we'll be talking about that a little bit later. We do think some of the discharge planning has some pretty good performance statistics that we'll share with you. With respect to neighborhood planners, again, we're reducing them by 1, and what we're going to do with the neighborhood planners then is they will predominantly be focusing their time on targeted neighborhoods based upon the neighborhood indicators.
Leisure services is having a significant impact in this budget plan that we're presenting today. Obviously, over the last couple of years, they've had almost a 26% reduction. 73 full-time equivalents of impact, 50 of those in this budget. They do hit their total reduction target of $3.2, almost $3.3 million. Some of the impacts that will be most noticeable, privatization of the Darling Tennis Center in order to try and preserve revenues and cut some of our costs. We would be recommending closing 8 community schools. We would also reduce across the board in every center. There would be less staff available. We are recommending a cost recovery fee increase so that we can sustain safe key summer camps and field allocations. And we're just going to see a reduction in the kinds and scope of services that are provided to our community through the leisure services efforts. Just to highlight the fee impacts, the fees that we're recommending, and obviously the mayor and council would have to take subsequent action on this, although we'd like direction to move forward with them, is fairly minimal in light of the impact to the participant. As you can see here, for field allocations, we're talking about less than 70 cents a game per participant, less than 30 cents an hour for safe key participants, less than 30 cents an hour for summer camp participation. So these are all things that we feel if we can have this fee imposed, then we will be able to sustain those programs. Otherwise, there would need to be additional reductions in these areas. I'll also cover the cultural affairs slide. As I mentioned earlier, we're working through a consolidation. One of the other issues related to cultural affairs that has a significant impact would be the closure of Reed Whipple. We have a partial restoration plan that we've prepared to discuss at the end of the presentation, where we feel like we can keep some of Reed Whipple functioning and meeting many of the community needs in the downtown area and the community as a whole.
With respect to the city council budget, we did hit our target. You did hit your target. That was predominantly through the elimination of a senior council liaison position that was vacant in Ward 3. Just remind you that we did have significant reductions in your materials and supplies budget from the Tier 1 cuts of about $235,000 last November.
The city manager's office, which has a bunch of different divisions within it, hits the target. There will be some impact in the reduction in communications and the services provided to all of the departments, and thus out to the community about awareness of our events.
With finance, we did hit our target. About 8 of those 13 full-time equivalents are I should say 5 are vacant. 5 of the 13 are vacant. Mentioning on the central stores impact, we do have a request for proposal out. We're looking at a different way of handling our delivery of supplies, particularly to the EMS supplies to the fire department. We're working with the fire department. We got good response to the RFP. We're very confident we're going to find a solution. When we find that solution, that'll allow us to eliminate the central stores function as it exists across the street, and that may have some impacts on how we go about dealing with some of our supplies and property issues, but we will have solutions for all of those. The big thing we got to deal with right now is the EMS supplies, and we think we have a solution for that.
For the Human Resources Department, they would have a pretty significant reduction, 33% over the last couple of years, 6.5 positions impacted in this budget. We are planning on transferring 1 position to the Internal Service Fund to manage our benefits fund. Obviously, background check turnarounds, our ability to support recruiting, which obviously is going to be pretty limited for a while, would be difficult, but you'll probably see some impact in our ability to continue to train and prepare our workforce for the challenges ahead as well as their current duties. There obviously will be some impact to the external organizations that have been currently served by our outreach officer, but we're doing our very best to sustain the program and deliver that service a little bit differently with a position less.
In information technology, there's 4 full-time equivalents being reduced. There's a significant portion of this budget is also reductions in professional services and contracts, which, as you can see, that may have an impact on certain systems that we support and deliver on our desktops. Also, just so you know, that we did also make a change in how we're dealing with postage. We've reduced the budget for postage and we've distributed it to the departments. We think by distributing to the departments their share that they might manage it perhaps a little more efficiently when they see it in their budget. So we've made that change as well.
In the Office of the Clerk, this is a small function and it's pretty much statutorily mandated. There are limited reductions here, although there would be 1 position that would be eliminated. If we went much further here, we felt we would be out of compliance with NRS requirements, both for meeting the open meeting law requirements and records retention requirements. So we're pretty much at the bottom of where we can go with the clerk's function, in my opinion.
Planning and development, we've made some significant cuts in total in planning and development. I think it's one of the departments that's experiencing over 30% reduction. There's 8.4 full-time equivalents here. I think the biggest thing we're going to see here is inability to respond and do things like inspections on conditions and landscaping requirements. That's going to be an impact as well. And I think timely response, as Betsy's talked about before, is also going to be an issue.
In the area of public works, this is another area where we went beyond the 12% list, like planning and development, to make additional reductions, in part based on workload, although there's still a significant capital improvement program underway in your public works department that we don't want to compromise. But as far as the impacts go of these cuts, there's going to be reductions in service delivery kind of across the board in the department. More particular to you and what you may feel is delay in delivery of council-initiated CIP projects, our general fund projects, to a degree may be impacted in this. And obviously there will be some delays in approvals and other activities related to development of our road network and our flood network and a variety of other the utilities that we take on, as well as delays in traffic-related concerns. So things that there might be a street light out that takes us a little longer to get to, for instance. Obviously, we'll take emergency issues first, but there may be a delay in the response to some of the other issues that Public Works takes care of in the field.
With respect to field ops, there are 3 full-time equivalents they're reducing. Field ops had done a significant amount of cuts in the first waves that we talked about earlier. Also, just another thing, field ops here has a high number of vacant positions that got swept into the pool, and you don't see credit for that here, but those positions are in the vacancy pool. And you can see some of the impacts we're going to see. Again, delay in services is going to be an issue. The loaner vehicle, That contract's already been in place. We now have, as backup for loaner vehicles, a contract for those so that we're not maintaining those vehicles ourselves.
In municipal court, they were able to hit their target. I know that the judges worked very hard with Mr. Carmody to reach this target. I truly appreciate all of their efforts in doing that. There will be impacts, however. There will be longer lines at the RJC, and they're not short to begin with. And it could have some impact on as they push their cases through, on our ability to collect those outstanding revenues that are due to the court and thereby to the city. So we recognize that, but everybody's trying to do their share to help reduce the shortfall.
City attorneys reduced 2 positions. One of them is a deputy city attorney in the criminal division, I believe, and the city auditors has eliminated one of their part-time, full-time equivalents. Now's the time we want to talk a little bit about some of the non-general fund functions, budgets, if you will. The mayor opened up the redevelopment agency. Specific to the redevelopment agency, we're looking at revenues of around $25 million, a little over $25 million for 2011. The operating expense is about $5 million. We have debt service requirements of $17.5 million. Leaves us about $2.7 million from an operating perspective to the good. We have some significant projects that are going on in the redevelopment agency, and as you can see this list here, over the next few years, as those projects get executed, there is some concern about the redevelopment agency's ability to sustain all these projects as we move forward. A lot will depend on what we see with the property tax revenues and new redevelopment. With respect to building and safety, they're in a very interesting situation. A lot of people don't realize that building and safety has its own budget code that requires them, if they're in an enterprise fund, requires them to maintain a limit on how much operating capital, in this case we can use fund balance as a euphemism for operating capital, they can't have an operating capital that exceeds 50% of their operating expenses 2 years in a row. If it does, they automatically have to have a reduction in fees. Fees is an issue right now because while revenue is declining in this area, the workload doesn't seem to be. What I noticed the other day, I think the valuation on housing units is down almost 100%. It's almost half of what it used to be. So they're still having a volume of work coming in, but the valuation is about half of what it used to be. The fees are down as a result of that. This is a 2-year approach. This is going to require Chris to reduce about 8 FTEs. He will still have an operating deficit of about $1.1 million. And then we anticipate he will have another wave in 2012. The reason why we didn't, there's a couple reasons why we didn't want to see Chris make the full cut in 2011. One reason is the workload is still there, and these cuts are going to have an impact on his ability to provide timely services. We are also under the process of the development review program, head up by Mr. Nichols, and so there may be changes that come as a result of that. If we cut everything, we may not have been able to support a lot of that review of the DRP. The second issue, which is the tricky one, is had we made all the cuts in 2011, you'd end up with 2 years in a row where the operating capital would be in excess of the 50%. In fiscal year 13, Chris would be forced to reduce his fees, which are already the lowest in the valley, and really probably deserve to have some fee increase. So that's the strategy here. It's a 2-year approach.
And we are working on a fee evaluation right now that probably will be ready for council action within the next 6 months.
We mentioned about the elimination of the Video Production Enterprise Fund moving into the general fund. This just shows you that the franchise, the 2 points of the 5% franchise cable fee that we get through the state is about $2.7 million. His operating expense is about $2, so that will be about $700,000 to the good to the general fund by moving them into the general fund. I want to talk a little bit about the fire safety initiative. We're anticipating that's a 9.5 cent property tax override that was passed in 2000, implemented in 2001. At least 20% of those revenues have to go to capital improvements. No more than 80% can go towards operations. For the $11.1 million that we're forecasting that we'll receive in 2011, about 8.9, a little less than $9 million, will go towards the staffing of the fire stations that we built with initiative money and general fund money since 2000. I will tell you the cost of those operations is about double that $9 million, by the way. The other 20%, $2.2 million, will be used for fire capital improvement. We also have a $2 million fund balance in this fire safety special revenue fund that will be used to help us for part of the funding for Fire Station 107 up in Summerlin. With respect to internal service funds, this is the policy change that we wanted to talk to you about a little bit. Let me reverse the order of these bullets. What we want to do is establish a policy whereby the internal service funds, which are special funds that allow us to distribute costs based on who's using them. As much as we talked about fees for usage of particular constituents to the public, we have internal constituents. Not everybody has to have a car. Not everybody has a computer. Not everybody has to have a cell phone. Not everybody occupies a city facility space. And so by creating internal service funds that charge back those services to those who use them, we can better measure the cost of those departments. And so we have these internal service funds. We've never established a policy for what their fund balance should be, similar to what we have with the general fund. We had a 12% policy. You suspended it down to 10%, so that's what we're targeting for the general fund. By applying these new reserve policies, there's about $20 million in these internal service funds that now is available for use elsewhere. Approximately $12 million of that's going to have to go back into the general fund. That's part of the $38 million that we're using to plug the gap for next year. So we're going to ask you later on to approve these thresholds. Capital replacement, 25%, just because capital replacement is not a linear thing. Employee benefits is worth mentioning. You have already passed a resolution, I think 2 or 3 years ago, with respect to the employee benefit fund. You established a 25% threshold there. I'm thinking it's adequate, but I want to recognize that we have close to $300 million in accrued liabilities for things like accrued vacation, other post-employment benefits, that's what OPEB stands for, workers' compensation benefits, significant liabilities. We typically pay for those on the go, pay as you go, but those liabilities are growing, and at some point we're going to have to demonstrate what our plan is to be able to continue to pay for those benefits. And so I think the 25% fund balance for employee benefits is warranted.
This is a revised slide. You'll remember that we initially indicated 261 employees affected in our unmodified budget recommendations, with 171 being potentially separated. As a result of the recommendations in front of you today, 190.9 positions would be eliminated, with 230 positions impacted, employees being impacted, and 146 separations occurring. There's not much different in these bullets, but basically we would restructure the internal service funds. There'd be a reduction in some of the public safety vacancies, reductions in the marshal and correction units, reductions in the Evolve program, as well as in the neighborhood services targeted areas. There'd be closure of the community schools, preservation of Safe Key, Track Break, and summer camps with the cost recovery fees that we mentioned. There would be a merged cultural effort under the Office of Cultural Affairs. And obviously there would be reductions in the Building and Safety Department that are driven by lack of revenue.
One of the things we did look at your request is revenue options, if you will. Some of these you've seen before. We've had them before you. We looked at them. There's about $7.2 million in total fee-related items here. We kind of weeded out things that we thought had some collection risk or that were development-related, and fees may not be prudent to put on the development community, plus there's not much development happening to generate those. If we go to this slide, this is what we're actually recommending to you, news rack fees. Currently, to put a news rack in right away, you have to pull a permit, and the permit's free. But when those new racks have to be removed and we can't get the vendor to remove them, we're removing them at our cost. So we're looking at imposing about $50 permit fee per news rack. There are 2 recommendations for fire. The first one has to do with billing for services and supplies when they have to respond. This is different than the EMS transport fee. It's to reimburse the fire department for the materials and supplies that it might use to respond to, say, a cleanup or hazardous spill or a fire at your home. The issue with this, of course, is that the billing would go towards the insurance company, the homeowner's policy or the auto insurance, as the case may be. This would require, obviously, an ordinance. I think it requires a little more thought. It's certainly going to have a business impact statement. We think it's a difficult thing. Originally, the fire department indicated they thought maybe $2.5 million in revenue might be generated from this. We're only estimating at 500 because we're thinking that if it was something you did want to pursue and we did implement it, it's going to take a while to get there. We likely won't see those revenues right away. And so that's a conservative approach. The other item on here is increasing transports from 2 to 3. That's something we're currently working on with the ambulance industry. That could generate about $1.6 million. Betsy already talked about the fee increases, those fee increases that are roughly less than 60 cents per game per player for the league and tournament fees of about $500,000. The SafeKey fee, which is roughly 30 cents an hour, generating about $600,000 additional revenue. And MC stands for LS is Leisure Services, PW is Public Works, obviously. MC is Muni Court, an acronym for Municipal Court. They're looking at increasing their warrant processing fees. That could generate close to $1 million potentially. They're also looking at redirecting a couple folks. This is not so much a fee increase as a redirection of resources to help bolster some of the collection efforts, and they think they might be able to generate another $600,000 a year in revenue with redirecting those efforts. So we think this list here is roughly $5 million, depending on what you leave in or take out. We think that's probably a reasonable approach to, particularly some of these things are fees that really need to be increased based upon the constituents that are using those services, and they help us restore some of the things that we'll be talking about here in a second.
The leisure fees, however, really have the greatest impact in 12. I don't think we're going to see this number in this year because there has to be sufficient notice
on the tournaments
based on our current commitments and our current fee schedule. So some of these we might see part of that $5 million this year, but probably not the lion's share of it until fiscal year 12. The important thing is that if you're comfortable with these revenue types, we'd like to get moving on them quickly. So if we see some benefit in 11, great, but we definitely have them in place for 12.
Thanks, Betsy. With respect to an extra bail warrant shift, we've had some discussion about what would happen if we had a swing shift. This is one of the things that if we were to pursue this as a pilot program, the immediate impact it would have with the cuts is we would end up restoring about 10 positions. 6 of those would be field marshals and D&E. And the concept here is by adding a swing shift with the support personnel, that might cost us about $1.2 million to do that, but the court believes, and I think D&E believes, that we would be able to collect roughly $1.7 million or more in bail and warrant fees that would pay for itself and still be $500,000 to the good. So this is sort of a pilot program. It's something that, if you give us approval today, we would like to pursue. We'd probably come back in November, give you a report, let you know, is it cost benefit? Are we collecting more on the warrant process than it's costing us to do the extra shift? And if it was, great. If it wasn't, then we would abandon it and try something else. I want to talk a little bit about property tax because it's kind of a strange situation. I want to give you a little history. We always have a slide about property tax rates, and we give you some of these visual graphics. Today I want to talk a little bit more about the nuts and bolts. First of all, let me tell you that we as part of our budget process about 3 or 4 weeks ago, we had to notify the state and the county what our intentions were for the tentative budget. We told them no property tax increase. We're not recommending a property tax increase. This is think of this as a tutorial, if you will, on how the property tax process works and what's a little unique about it this year. But again, we're not recommending any property tax increase at this time. Currently, our overlapping rate is about $3.28. And let me talk a little about overlapping rate. There are multiple entities, the county, the Clark County Library District, Metro, the school district, the city of Las Vegas. We all have our own tax rates. And when you layer them together, if you happen to live in the city of Las Vegas, it will add up to about $3.28 per $100 of your assessed valuation on your property. That's how that works. There is a statutory cap, by the way, of $3.64. So the overlapping rates can never be more than $3.64. That's why I had to report it to the county and to the state so they would know, be able to do that calculation and make sure nobody's causing it to exceed the 364 cap. Historically, back in 1998, just so you would know, I don't remember if Mayor Pro Tem was here in 1998, but it probably was pretty close. We actually rolled back our property tax rate about 9%. We went from, as you can see, 71 cents down to about 65 cents. That represented a 9% rollback. A couple years later, we had a unique situation where we had some tax that was voter-approved debt service, and that debt was being paid off, and that debt rate, the tax rate, was dropping by 1.5 cents. At that time, the council decided to increase the operating rate 3 cents. That was a net increase in total of 1.5 cents, and that 3 cents was used to fund bonds that we were using for recreation projects. So that's what happened then. Since 2000, we have never changed our operating rate. We've kept it at 67.65. It's been at that way. We now have a significant cushion, by the way, between that operating rate and the maximum levy that you could levy as a board, which is within your power. The state has a calculation, NRS controls what you can do, and there's a cap there, but we're well under it. And so the board could decide to raise property tax rate. We haven't done it since 2002. We're not recommending you do it today. Also in 2005, as a result of the runaway assessed values and property values, and particularly driven by land costs, the state legislature imposed some tax bill limits. And what those tax bill limits, they don't have anything to do with your assessed value. They had to do with the property tax bill you as a property owner receive. And they're capped at 3% for owner-occupied residential, 8% for everybody else. And so that leads us to the interesting dilemma that we've never had a situation since I've been here, probably not in recent history, the last 20, 25, 30 years, where our property assessed value is dropping. It's dropping significantly. As a result of that, we expect next year to be looking at about a 17.5% decrease. If you want to flip to the next slide for me, Betsy. We're talking about almost a $22, $23 million drop in revenues for next year. That's one of the drivers for the budget shortfall. There's about 192,000 parcels involved in here. And the question then became, because of you have a property tax drop, this is one of the few instances under the new tax bill cap rules where you can actually raise the property tax rate and not bounce up against the cap because taxes are dropping. Most residents, almost 95% of the residents are going to see a decrease in the property tax bill. So the question that I was academically going through was, if you raise the tax rate, what would that do? How much revenue would it generate? And by the way, when I say generate revenue, all that means is instead of having a $22 million drop in our property tax revenues, it would be something less than 22. And this table just identifies what those impacts are. And for for example, for a 10-cent increase, it would bring in property tax revenues around $118 million. You'd still see a $10 million decrease in your tax revenues, but you wouldn't see the full $22 or $23 million decrease. And you can see the change in parcels. Betsy, if you go to the next slide for me. To try to put it into perspective, and again, this is highly technical at times, but the way the property tax is calculated, it's based upon taxable value, which is depreciated, and that depreciation depends on the age of the improvements. So you can see the 5, 15, 25 years, that's why that's there. An older house has its improvements depreciated before it becomes a taxable value. Assessed value is 35% of that. You apply the rate per $100 of assessed value, you get these impacts. I picked these amounts just to give a range, but the $120,000 home price, that's about what the median home price is in the valley today. And if I assume 20% of that's land and 80% is improvements, you can see for a house that's, say, 15 years old, valued at $120,000, the average tax bill for the year would go, with a 10-cent increase, would be about $34. or about $3 a month. So that's all this was intended to do, would be an exercise to show you the impacts. And again, we did not recommend a property tax rate increase. Employee compensation concessions. I wanted to put a slide up here that shows you where we're at a little bit. Let me first go down to the IA. Maybe first do the acronyms. PPA is Police Protective Association. POA is Peace Officers Association. CEA is City Employee Association. IAFF is the International Association of Firefighters, or the fire group. The asterisk down there is important because we are currently in bargaining negotiations with the IAFF. So there is no offer on the table. We're in negotiations, so that's why that says NA at this point. Also wanted to recognize that when you look at the flat, the IAFF currently does not have in its contract, we don't have a COLA set for fiscal year 2011. And so that $851,000 flat number does not represent any kind of a COLA. We're assuming zero COLA, so hopefully it helps explain it. The important part of this is you can see that with the value of the flat, which is no merit, no COLA, no longevity increase, no step increase, add that to an 8% rollback in existing pay would save over $30 million. In fact, if you factor in a COLA for IAFF, it would be more than $30 million. It could be $32, $33 million. That remarkably looks like the $35 million that we cut in Tier 1 and Tier 2 this year. So we have been telling you that with an 8% rollback, flat plus 8%, we could have avoided the reductions that we're going through and have gone through this year, and that's what the slide is intended to depict. With respect to elected officials, executives, and appointees, those non-represented groups, they have all produced plans. You have produced a voluntary plan for elected officials, for example, that help us meet those. In the case of executives and appointees who have exceeded those, we did receive an offer from the PPA that we value at about $415,000. And so you can see what the shortfall is. So this just kind of gives you a numerical recap of where we are. And then I want to say a little bit about the voluntary separation program. As a result, as Betsy mentioned earlier, we've had several voluntary programs. It's one thing to encourage somebody to go out the door because they're close to retirement and things of that nature. It's another thing when you have to tell 190 people that your job is being eliminated and through no fault of your own, we have to let you go. So we felt it was a humane thing to offer some kind of a separation program. One of the things we're trying to do is there may be employees that for whatever reason, the director, management may decide should go early or go sooner in the process. To the extent that the director is able to authorize that, doesn't need to have that employee, there's no urgent need like a summer camp that's coming up or things of that nature, then we'll allow them to leave early, but we'll pay them severance through June 12th, which is the separation date. So that would be a number that roughly could be $450,000 roughly, somewhere in that neighborhood. The other thing we wanted to offer was the COBRA insurance. Now, employees are entitled to COBRA, 18 months of COBRA, but they have to pay for that. If they have family coverage, they pay for that. If their coverage, they have to pay for it. What we're offering here is that the city will provide the employee-only COBRA premium holiday for anyone who's separated in this plan through December 31st of 2010. Now, we had originally thought about giving 12 months. We originally thought about through May of 2011, but based on some discussions and concerns that we heard, we've shortened it up to 6 months. So that's what you see here. If you throw that value in there, that's probably another, say, $600,000 and $650,000 potential. That would be maximum impact. I don't think we're going to get anywhere close to that, but that would be maximum impact. So you could say this severance program for those that are involuntarily separated, maximum cost of about $1.1 million.
Now we're to the part of the agenda where we're going to talk about kind of the areas where we heard feedback after the original recommendations, either the council or community feedback, that we've taken into consideration and tried to put together an approach where we can try and respond to those requests and to those issues that were raised. Just at a high level, here are the things that are up for consideration as a part of adjusting to what we've heard. One is the potential restoration of the Northwest Substation, a partial restoration of the Reed Whipple Cultural Center, a restoration of the Rapid Response Team, further reducing the Evolve program, a discussion this afternoon on the Extreme Sports program, which also came up in discussions, implementation of the Warrant Services Pilot Program, as well as a report of the consolidation of the Municipal Court and the Detention and Enforcement Marshals Unit due by November of 2010. So there are a couple of complicated restorations that I wanted to talk about very quickly. One, there were lots of feedback about the complete closure of Reed Whipple and the impact on the youth orchestra, the bands, and the Rainbow Company. We had indicated we were going to keep the TAC camp anyway through the summer, but what we were able to do in the last 2 weeks is put together a plan that would be a partial restoration that would keep the building open so that they could house the Rainbow Company, so that they could house the youth orchestra, the Legacy Band, provide the camp this summer, still exist as a Neon Boneyard support facility until their park's done and their building's underway, and we would keep the gallery open in that facility. What we would do is we would do a lease with the redevelopment agency for them to take over the operating costs of the building, the facility charges. That's around $372,000 that would come directly out of the RDA to support that facility. We would keep the TAC camp in place for the summer, and then we would have to make up the $25,000 differential from the general fund to provide this limited scope of services at the Reed Whipple Community Center. As you can see below, there are the facility charges and the programming expenses if there was a full restoration based on what we had last year. Our proposal does not require additional full-time positions. So all of the City of Las Vegas programming would be eliminated. We basically would become a facility for these other groups to utilize, and we'd have minor administration as a part of that process. There were also conversations about the restoration of the Rapid Response Team, and after much dialogue, we think we've come up with two different options, one which I will recommend. The first option is just a partial restoration of the Rapid Response Team, which would be one crew and a crew leader. We would charge to one of our federal grants 2 of our caseworkers that currently work on homeless services in the Center for Hope on Main Street. We would eliminate an additional office specialist. That would allow us to restore one Rapid Response Team, not both, and the crew leader. The recommendation that I will make to you today is that we do a full restoration of the Rapid Response program, that we transfer the funding of the 2 caseworkers against the grant through fiscal year 12, that we eliminate the Evolve Discharge Planning Program, which is 2 full-time equivalent positions, and that we eliminate the office specialist too. Now, you may be wondering what's the effectiveness of the discharge planning. We've made good progress in the discharge planning since the council directed us to create it, to try and break the cycle of recidivism in our jail of homeless people who come out of our jail with virtually nothing, and then they're ready to reoffend almost immediately so that they can go back to jail so they can get their 3 squares, as Chief Coyne describes it. That's a very expensive proposition. Having that door on a very fast cycle is very expensive when you start building in police time, when you start building in judicial time, and jail time, and the cost of all of those things. So we feel the discharge planning program has made a difference, and it has reduced recidivism for some of those individuals who may have been immediate reoffenders. However, in talking with Chief Coyne yesterday, she indicated that with our current health services contractor at the jail, there are social workers that are part of that process that we could probably utilize to help those individuals who normally would have used our discharge planners. Additionally, we would still be keeping our homeless outreach programs, both on a regional level and for the city programs at the Center for Hope in the Corridor for Hope. So there would be that vehicle that if people were released from our jail, they could go take advantage of those services at the Center for Hope down on Main Street. So the recommendation here would be a full restoration of the rapid response team with those changes. So if we look at all of the things that were kind of a little bit in limbo as a result of briefings and as a result of the final community meetings, we would be able to do the partial restoration of Reed Whipple. We would be able to maintain the Northwest substation, keep it open, and restore rapid response with the elimination of discharge planning and one more office specialist and rerouting some funding to the grant. Then we basically have a $1.2 thousand shortfall. $102,000 shortfall. We could make that shortfall up in a couple of ways. There had been some discussion about the potential of eliminating extreme sports. That may be something that you all want to talk a little bit about as a program in and of itself. My recommendation would be that of those positions, the 50 positions that we're keeping funded but vacant in the vacancy pool, that we eliminate those to make up the difference, leave extreme sports alone for next year, and be able to restore those programs. So I know you've been waiting probably for this slide for 30 minutes because I told you I thought this presentation would take an hour, and it's been an hour and a half. In order to balance this budget, the fiscal year 11 budget, my recommendations are that you approve the fiscal year 11 budget with all the associated labor and non-labor reductions, including the new recommendations that we added in the last slides to do the partial restoration of Reed Whipple, to restore rapid response, to further reduce the Evolve program on the discharge planning front, not impacting the homeless services on the regional or local level, and restoring the Northwest substation and eliminating 2 additional positions out of the vacancy pool in the non-departmental budget. We would also recommend that you approve all of the revenue recommendations that we outlined for you, that you approve the employee separation program, that you approve the Internal Service Fund reserve policies, that you also approve the changes to the enterprise funds and the internal service funds through the elimination and the transfers. That's primarily video services, some of the fire vehicle maintenance, and a few other small things. And that you direct that we put the CEA reduction in COLA resolution on for future consideration at an upcoming council agenda. And that concludes our report.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Fretwell and Mr. Vincent. This is the time for the council to make comments and ask questions, if any they have, and what I propose, based on some suggestions of my colleagues, is I'll start off, and then we'll go in order of seniority as far as recognition of the council members. I'd like to first thank each and every council person for taking their responsibilities as seriously as they have and are. During the noon recess of all of our city council meetings for as long as I can remember now, we've gone into a personnel session and discussed the issues of the budget and the issues of collective bargaining and the effect and the ramifications it would have on real people being city employees, real people being our constituents. And all of us have agonized over this situation, and we believe that we had a solution, and that solution was a request by the manager's office for each department to have a 12% budget reduction. And the department heads, who I thank, diligently met that responsibility and submitted to the manager suggestions which would have resulted in the 12% department budget reduction. In order to save initially 171 city employees from being fired, and now, what are we talking about, Mark?
146.
136
46.
city employees from being fired. A suggestion was made, and it was conveyed to all of the city employees that they keep their salaries flat and agree to an 8% salary cut. What that would have done, it would have each and every person who was about to lose their job in the city of Las Vegas keep their job, and all of the services that we've been considering the cuts for would have remained intact. We haven't received a meaningful response to the 8% request and keeping the salary and compensation flat. And I'm sorely disappointed. Never been as disappointed as this situation has caused me to be, because I believed that this is a fraternity. This is a brotherhood of city workers who pride themselves in serving our constituency. And I believe that, in my heart of hearts, that the employees would have stepped up and done the right thing in order to preserve the jobs of their colleagues. That's not the case. As Betsy says, we're not reinventing the wheel here. Cities throughout the United States are facing very similar problems with massive layoffs. Thousands of people are being told they're going to be laid off in Los Angeles, New York City. And I'm going to ask Mr. Jervik, as our city attorney, to explore a solution which will result in keeping all of the city employees employed and all of the service intact. I don't know whether it could work. I know that in San Francisco, something similar to this is being tried. I don't know whether it's constitutional or it may violate the contract clause of the United States Constitution. But I want to find out whether or not this city council, if they're disposed to do so, and I have not discussed this with them, and it's not something that was discussed during any of our sessions, but it's something that I believe has to be considered if we're allowed to do it lawfully. If the city council were to direct the city manager to send termination notices to each and every member of the city staff, terminating them immediately with a 60-day notification, and then following that up with a letter agreeing to rehire them if in fact they would agree to a reduction of hours to be worked per week. 37 and a half hours working per week would be a 6.25% saving. 37.5 hours work week would result in a 6.25 saving. 36-hour work week would be a 10% saving. That would meet our objective. It would keep everybody working, and it would allow us to provide all the services. If we're permitted to do that legally, I'm ready to take the risk of political capital, because I believe it's the right thing to do. If people can't agree to do the right thing amongst themselves, then we can force them to do a right thing among themselves. If they want to continue working for the city, they would have to agree to those terms. So that's my first direction to you. The second is the employees who have tried to meet this objective. I want to thank you, because I believe you've acted in the best spirit of a good citizen and a good city employee. To those who haven't done that, it has to be weighing very heavily on your conscience that you're causing one of your colleagues to be terminated. To those collective bargaining agents who haven't even responded or who refuse to talk to us, I hope that what I'm suggesting is going to be constitutional, because That's the only way that we're going to get people to budge in the right direction. So that's the first thing I want to comment upon. I understand through some very basic research that I've been able to do just in the last several days is that public safety cannot be subject to this kind of proposed action. They have some type of immunity because of the public welfare, and as a result of that, I would like the manager to hire an outside consultant with a competitive process so that nobody can suggest that we're fixing the result, to evaluate the public safety departments, in particular fire and rescue, to find out whether or not there are areas concerning EMS transport which could be privatized, and I would like that done by July, for the firm to be hired with the results by the end of December, and that would apply to all public safety in the city that we have jurisdiction over. As to the particulars, I really believe that the system worked as far as citizens' participation at our town hall meetings. It was really an extraordinary exercise in seeing some 700 people go to the East Las Vegas Senior Center and talk about what was important to them. Extraordinary, extraordinary. It was extraordinary the type of public support that Reed Whipple got during at least two of our meetings, and certainly an impression was made on the council to result in the kind of suggestions that the manager has brought before us today. But we have to also know that there are no free lunches. I don't think anybody expects a free lunch in these very challenging economic times. And as a result of that, I would like the manager to explore whether or not if we provide $25,000 for Reed Whipple to maintain its programming, in addition to the redevelopment agency's participation there, whether we can have the Reed Whipple users match that by way of fundraising in the community. If it's as important as they indicate to us that it is, they should be able to get public support in order to make the financial burden lesser on the city. I'm concerned about the warrant situation, Mr. Etwell, in the sense that it's going to be a pilot program. I don't like Big Brother, never did like Big Brother, and this has a little bit of a feel of Big Brother, knocking on doors and telling people that they have to pay their warrants or else. And before we begin a pilot program of that nature, assuming the council supports it, I believe there has to be sensitivity training. I want to make sure that citizens are not going to feel that their constitutional rights and their rights to privacy are being violated as a result of our collecting these monies. So basically, that's where I'm coming from, and it's not easy. It's not easy when you get a letter from one of our city employees who's been with us for 24 years, and he says he's proud of his accomplishment through the years and feels that he made a major contribution to the quality of life for the citizens of Las Vegas. And he has important projects that he wants to finish today. And he doesn't want to lose his job, but because of his position and the inability to have bumping rights applied to him, there's no alternative but for us to terminate him. And he says in his last paragraph, in the final outcome, I hope that concessions are made and that the city can balance their budget and all jobs are saved. Working together will be the only way to get through these financially hard times. The mayor has asked everyone to do the right thing. They haven't done the right thing, and I hope that my suggestion will pass constitutional muster, and I'd like to put it into effect immediately as soon as we get the response from you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Pro Tem.
It's always tough. Sorry. It's always tough following the mayor. Like the mayor said, the city council has taken this very, very seriously. When Mark started his presentation, he mentioned the budget that we had in 2005 compared to the budget we're proposing this year. And at that time, I was tickled to death to be able to support that budget proposal. We didn't have a lot of input from the community because we had the funding for it available. I look out here today, and I want to thank those people that are here. I want to thank Ms. Fretwell and her staff for what they've done for us today. I also want to thank those department heads that have prepared this budget proposal for us. I look out there, I see some of the representatives from our unions, and the point I was trying to get to is back in 2005, I didn't feel like we needed to have all the employees sitting out here. But today, I feel like that I would love to see every city employee sitting out in the audience. 15 years I've been sitting up here. It's been easy. When you're asked to make cuts, to lay people off, it's not easy. Sometimes, I know I do, I always wonder when my time is done here, what legacy that I will leave. As an elected official, I can't go out and pull that money off that money tree that my kids thought we had. It's impossible. It's impossible to prepare this budget and to approve this budget and not have cuts. And I guess that's where I thank staff, because I couldn't go out and say, you, and you are gone, but staff can make those recommendations to us. I may not like it, but I can certainly push the button, because that's what I was hired to do. I look at some of the questions that I wrote down, and here I am talking about laying people off. I got a question down here about Extreme Adventure Sports Unit. And I understand that we have people in our city parks helping kids learn how to skateboard properly. Nobody's called me. Nobody's talked to me about those. But I've had many people come into my barbershop and talk to me about rapid response, about Reed Whipple Center. So if people are going to get laid off, let's lay off those people that I feel like are not necessary. I mean, I think kids can teach kids how to skateboard. I know when I was younger, kids taught me how to roller skate. So why are we paying somebody to go down there and teach people how to skateboard in our skateboard parks? Don't make sense to me. We talk about raising our EMS transports. And I say to myself, okay, how much are we collecting from those people that we transport today? What can we do to go out and get more money from those people that owe it to us? Hire outside people? We have. Can you sue them? I don't know. If you sue them, my dad always told me 10 times 0 is still 0. The Evolve program was mentioned. And I've seen the work and the money we spent over the last 15 years to deal with homeless issues in the city of Las Vegas. And today, I can take you out and I can show you, compared to what I seen 5 years ago or 10 years ago, it's the same. Is it more? Yes. Can it get more? Yes. But what can we do as a city? I know the other entities contribute. I know the county contributes. But is it our problem? I still feel like that it's a federal problem. If we could get those people that need our help into facilities where they can get that help each and every day, each and every meal, have people that give them the medicines to be able to take it when they're supposed to take it. Are we accepting those responsibilities that we don't need? I think that if we ask each and every employee, what would you do? They could probably explain to us. I think you can see what each department has tried to do. You see what staff recommends. I've been fortunate to talk to my other council members and the mayor. We all have our own little pet things that we want to see done. What I would really like to see us do is something that would eliminate laying employees off. I see Judge Koloski. I never could pronounce her last name. Judge, I apologize. Anyhow, Mr. Carmody from our Muni Courts. I remember a few years ago where they tried to me, take the Muni Court system away from the city of Las Vegas and put it under the jurisdiction of the county. Man, I went ballistic. Muni Court has been a lifesaver, especially in the ward that I represent. So I certainly support the judges and Mr. Carmody and what they proposed for us this day also. Your Honor, I feel like that there's a couple issues that I wanted to look at. I got to ask one question, Betsy. Reeve Whipple Center, what is the TAC company?
That's the arts camp. It's the arts camp that people have already signed up for this year. They're planning on going in July.
It stands for the Arts Conservatory Camp.
Well, that's good. I just wanted to know.
Okay.
I would like to see us maintain and keep Reeve Whipple whole. And if we're going to have to lay people off, then I would say look at extreme sports, look at the Cutting the Hole Evolve program. I want to make sure that we keep those, I guess, positions open that those residents that I represent have asked me to do, and that's been rapid response in Reeve Whipple Center. So with that, Your Honor, I'll turn it over to Mr. Wolfson, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. I have some remarks and then some questions and then some closing remarks, if you don't mind. First of all, I'd like to thank all of our city employees. First of all, I'd like to note that I've worked for all of the levels of government in the state of Nevada. I've worked for the county, I've worked for the state of Nevada, I've worked for the federal government, and now I'm with the city of Las Vegas for close to 6 years, and our employees are the best employees in southern Nevada. And I mean that. We have the best employees, we have the best attitude, the best workforce, and I'm proud to represent you. To our city manager and your staff, I can't say enough. You do great work. Orlando, Jim, Scott. Mr. Carmody, it was me that was causing those text messages back and forth yesterday by Orlando and you because I had certain questions, and that shows you the level of competence that we have. I had questions in a briefing. Orlando was texting you, you were giving answers, and I was getting direct answers within minutes. That shows you what a remarkable staff we have. To our 3,000 or so employees, both union and non-union, I've already said it, you're the best. And we do care about each and every one of you, no matter what you hear out there. I think it was Betsy that said it best. We have weekly briefings about these budget concerns and the staffing issues and everything that goes into play with these decisions. I'd like to thank my colleagues. I've served on a number of boards at all of the levels I've mentioned, and I want to thank you all for your professionalism. You're the best to work with. Mayor Goodman, nobody ever thanks you. You thank everybody else, but nobody ever thanks you. I want to thank you for your leadership, your public advocacy. You've been our spokesman. I don't necessarily agree with all your public comments, but I know that every single one has been genuine and honest, and I want to thank you for your leadership. Some questions, please. Sure. I'd like to talk about rate of growth, because all experts say at every level in this country, if you will, but my concerns are at the city level, is that we cannot sustain our current rate of growth. We have to do something to bring that in line. So my first question is, you have made a proposal to us for a budget of $493 million. What effect does that proposal have against our continuing rise in our rate of growth?
If you mean obviously our budget would be going down. It would be declining. I'm assuming, based on prior conversations, that you're talking about the rate at which our expenses are growing. Is that?
Yes.
As you know, the primary line item, if you will, in a service organization is employee costs. That continues to grow. We have existing bargaining agreements that we have to honor. Some of them grow at better than 4% a year. Our revenues simply can't keep up. The bottom line is we're really in a situation where we have 3 unopened bargaining agreements, 1 that's open, and we can negotiate on the one that is currently subject to bargaining, and we are doing that. As far as the others go, there'd have to be a mutual agreement to work together to reach some sort of accord, and we can't force that. So we have an obligation to pay those commitments that we've made in those contracts going forward, and those do grow substantially. Mark may be able to give you the specifics by employee type if you'd like them, but that number's not going down and our revenue number is.
Did you want to comment?
Well, I'll just tell you that on an aggregate basis, based upon not the current events of the last 12 months, but historically, I'd expect that salaries, wages, and benefits will continue to grow on the average of about 4.5%. That's net of attrition and changes as higher paid people leave and lower paid people. I think we can anticipate that our salaries, wages, and benefits, if we aren't able to do anything, is going to grow at 4.5% a year.
Now those compound, correct?
Yes, sir.
So 4.5% for one fiscal year, and then 4.5% on the next fiscal year, and those continue to compound.
That would be correct.
I'd like to make another observation, and that is through our focus groups and our surveys, our town hall meetings, our Your City, Your Way initiative, we heard loudly and clearly from our constituents that they didn't want us to do anything that was going to impact on their public safety. They didn't want anything to affect the response times by our fire and rescue, our police officers, and things of that nature. But I must note that our labor costs are a great percentage of our wages. And I'm looking at this document, which was in our package, and I know this is back from November of last year, about 3 or 4 months ago, but could you estimate, just for purposes of just getting it out there, what percentage of our labor costs are for public safety? And I'm talking about, if you look to slide 30, I believe it's 30. No, it's not 30. Well, whatever slide it is that breaks down the costs of each department for fire and safety, detention and enforcement, and Metro. If you were to add up those three costs, what percentage of our budget goes to public safety?
About half of our labor costs, including benefits, is related to public safety.
Those three groups that I mentioned
Yes.
generally?
Yes.
Now, although we asked each of our departments to submit budgets with a target of 12% reduction, we're not asking. Your proposed budget, Ms. Fretwell, is not across the board 12%.
No.
Because we can't do that. It wouldn't be prudent. Certain departments, building and safety, planning, because development is so down, we have to look to different departments to cut more deeper than others. But some of the public safety groups that we've mentioned, Metro is a 5% reduction from last year. The sheriff is proposing that. Fire and rescue is what percentage? It was in such small type I couldn't read it. Was that 5.3%?
Yes.
And then detention and enforcement was at 9.3%?
9.5%. Yeah.
And I just want anybody who's listening to recognize that we listened to our constituents when they said they didn't want us to do anything to cut into public safety, which would affect response times and things of that nature. We listened to them because we're not asking those departments to cut to the 12% levels or the 20% levels or the 30% levels that other departments have been asked to cut. A question concerning the separation, Betsy. If an employee leaves early, and this was towards the end of your presentation, and there might be a number of reasons why, should we get to that point in this 141 bodies are told that as of June 12th, you're no longer an employee of the City of Las Vegas, but for whatever reason, we choose to end that relationship before June 12th, why are we still going to pay them through June 12th?
What we've tried to do is set up a system that is fair to everybody. It also allows us to continue to let people work through basically the end of our fiscal year this year. But it also allows us to do the separation so that we don't feel the impact of the cost of the separation in the next fiscal year. So that's why we picked June 12th. There's still work to be done. As I said early on, there's more work than we have people to do right now.
I guess here's another way of putting it. If an employee leaves, if an employee learns that they are being laid off in the next week or so, and they see the writing on the wall that June 12th is their last day, and they go out and find another job,
Right.
and leave the city April 1st, are we still, and get another job, are we still going to pay that employee through June 12th?
Well, they would be terminating service with us by doing that. That's a different situation than us laying them off.
The Reed Whipple restoration, that's the one on page 30. If you could bring that up.
This one?
It's the one before or one after that one?
You wanted
That
rapid
one.
response?
That one.
Okay.
Okay. In the second, under option one, eliminate office specialist 2, $77,000. How did you arrive at that $77,000 figure? And tell me what an office specialist does. I'm trying to get an idea of, we're talking about laying off an employee who's an office specialist. What does this employee do, and how did you come to the $77,000 figure?
I'll be happy to go into the details of this. I think we need to be kind of careful because we're talking about 190 positions and all of them are different. This is the cost of an office specialist, including benefits. Office specialists do work in a support function for many of our departments. It's somewhat clerical in nature. If we need to get more specific than that, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
Basically, Mr. Harson was having to make an adjustment to try and restore rapid response within his budget, and the only way to do that was to lay off another support person in that department.
Okay, and I can understand perhaps why we don't want to go too specific right now. Consolidation of services. I think that we've done well, and we continue to do what we need to do to look internally for consolidation of services, but I think we still need to look towards consolidation of services, I'm going to say intergovernmentally, between city and county, and we've had discussions in other committees about perhaps the work cards. As the law stands right now, people need work cards in the city, people need work cards in the county. An example I've used in the past is the 7-Eleven person who had a work card in the county, and he was offered a raise at another 7-Eleven 2 blocks away, but that happened to be in the city, so he had to come to the city for a work card. Perhaps there's room for consolidation, if you will, of the work card between the cities and the counties. Business licenses, we've had discussions in this regard. And I'll use the example of a landscaper. And this is a real example, somebody that came into my office 6 months ago, and he is a landscaper here in southern Nevada, and he has jobs all over the valley. And because of that, he needed a business license in Henderson, North Las Vegas, the city of Las Vegas, and Clark County. In my opinion, that's ridiculous. It's duplicative services, and we should do something to streamline and be more efficient as a whole. Our court systems, Mayor Pro Tem, I heard what you had to say, and I respect your opinion. I don't know that you're wrong, but I think that there needs to be some review of a consolidation of court systems. A person who gets a traffic ticket on the South Strip goes into the county justice court, but 2 blocks across Sahara, if they're in the North Strip, they go into the city. I'm not sure if that's the best way to handle our traffic violators. I don't know if there is a better way, but I think there needs to be more review of potentially a sharing of revenue, because I go to the RJC every day, and the lines are hundreds long to pay traffic tickets. It's ridiculous. We have a line for Muni Court, we have a line for Justice Court. I know they're revenue raisers, but I think that putting smart people together, perhaps our system can work better. I share the same concern the mayor has for our pilot program for the warrant team. Judge Kolkowski, I understand what you're trying to do, and I like the idea, and I was briefed on it a couple months ago about the officers going out and knocking on doors and, good evening, hope you had a nice dinner, but you have a warrant out for you, and I'm here to arrest you. But if you have $250, I won't take you to jail. I'm concerned about that. And so I think that this plan is thinking outside the box. I like it for revenue raising and for doing the right thing. People ignore our judges and don't show up to court. There should be consequences. But I think we need to look at, and that's why it's a pilot program, but I think we need to look at it carefully to protect some of the rights of our residents and the discretion our marshals have. We need to look at that. But then I have another idea, which is contradictory to what I just said. And I'll use the example of when I rent a car. If I go out of town and I use one of the major national companies to rent a car from, when I turn that car back in, it's the person that's at the rental car return lane that is charging my credit card. They have one of these huge machines. And they say, Mr. Wolfson, would you like to keep the charges on your credit card? Sure. And they hit a couple buttons, boom. Well, why do we necessarily, and this is kind of crazy, but why don't we have police officers that when they write tickets have a standard for costs? And rather than have the people have to wait 2 months to go to court, why do people hire certain lawyers to represent them on traffic tickets? Why don't we give police officers the ability to collect fines right then? Crazy. Maybe it is crazy, but maybe it isn't. It's a thinking outside the box type of an idea, which needs a lot more talking. And I'm a defense lawyer, and I suggest it needs a lot more talking, but it's something worth talking about. I like programs that pay for themselves. Mr. Carmody, Judge Kolkowski, we created a traffic master for you. And this was a new position, but in all the briefings I've had, I'm being told that this is a great revenue raiser. We're making more money from traffic violators than we were before because we've got one master whose sole obligation is to collect and hear traffic tickets, to relieve our municipal court judges to do the more important things, the DUIs and the domestic batteries. Let's look at more programs like that. Finally, and my last few comments are, Betsy, in the beginning of your remarks, you said things like re-evaluating what we do and looking at our core mission. I think that your proposed budget for fiscal 11 is doing what we had to do. But we're talking about a $40 to $45 million deficit for 2012, which we have to start working on now, today. We expect a 12% C-tax decline. So I think we really do need to look at what business the city should be in or not. And I think all government should be doing that. So thank you again for your excellent work. These are the toughest meetings, the toughest decisions for all of us. You use the term gut-wrenching. I know I woke up 3 or 4 times last night thinking about, is there something we can do? Are we missing something? Are we doing something wrong by not getting our message out? But I think we've been as transparent, probably more transparent, more communicative than any other Southern Nevada government entity. So thanks for a great job.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Tarquini.
First of all, I want to tell you how impressed I have been at the way you have organized our collection of information and our giving information to the public so that we could be transparent, so we could involve the public in being part of this decision making. I don't know any other entity that has taken all the steps that we have taken within the city to involve the public, beginning with the telephone survey through UNLV, and the focus groups then followed, and then even Kirchhoff and Associates, who came in to give a comprehensive review of our city's operations, and who ended up by saying and praising our city's foresight in starting early to meet the problems of lower economics, and also praising the work of our city staff, but saying the one thing that is our Achilles heel is the cost of labor. And that was something that was brought up very early, and we presented it to the public and to our workers early. And then you followed with the town halls, where we took oral and written suggestions. And of course, each of us on the council have received numerous emails, calls, personal messages. I got a few in the grocery store and other places like that. But this, I feel, is what democracy is about. We have a big problem. It's not one person's problem, it's all of our problems. And it's something that we have to work together. And those of us who are in this decision-making process, we need to share the information we have, the choices we have with the public, and to get the ideas that they have. And I really appreciate also the efforts that were made by staff to do this unpleasant job of making cuts. And from my position, I've seen where we've moved from initial recommendations that came from your office, Betsy. But then when we brought our thoughts, when we brought our public's thoughts, our residents, our constituents' thoughts to you and gave you reasons why and gave factual information why maybe another way might be a better way, and you did take that into consideration, and many changes were made. from where we started. And I think they were made because we had such a good amount of information going out to the public. I agree with the recommendations that you've made as a city manager to make these adjustments. And I also agree with the way you're looking at things, that we're trying to keep the services that are closest to our public. Those services that maybe every day, every week, every month, they have contact with, such as rapid response. And you came today to say, we should keep all of rapid response, which I agree with. We need that group out there. I get compliments on rapid response all of the time in meetings and other places that I'm attending group sessions. And also the change with the Reed Whipple program. That was to be eliminated. But then I think we were very surprised at how much it meant to so many different people. And also it made us think, well, we maybe could move the musicians to the Brush Street Center, but we might not be able to move those plays, because if you've ever been involved with plays, it isn't just having a stage, which both places might have, Reed Whipple and the Brush Street Center, but what we have is, you have to have the storage space. You have to have the right type of curtain and the sound and everything that goes with that. And that was emphasized to us by the people who came out. And that's why you're making this change. And I think that's very important. We're handling all kinds of facts and figures, and you get buried in all of this. And then you have to have the public come out and say, wait a minute, and let us, get the vision right on what might affect us. So I'm very pleased that we have that thought as far as Reed Whipple. And I also received from a very prominent member in the community who's been a great art supporter. At our town hall meeting, our last town hall meeting, she made the suggestion that perhaps those groups could help with paying a fee to use the facilities, or help raise the money through private entities. And that's something I'm glad that you're going to be looking at also. And I agree with involving our marshals in collecting more warrants. I'm very pleased that the big concerns I had, and believe me, the sleeping for all of us has been bad. You wake up in the middle of the night and you think of, we can do this or we could do that. And I've been very pleased in how we've moved to the position we are at now, trying to meet the needs from what we've heard from the public. But I was also, I know the mayor said he was very disappointed, or he might have used a stronger word, I'm not sure. But I was really surprised, and I was disappointed also that when we made suggestions that we felt we could do as a team to protect all of us, I'm having people come up to me and say, well, what are you trying to do hurting our public safety? What are you trying to do making our firemen come at a later time? And things along that line. And I replied to them, I'm not asking that. I don't think any member of this city council has at any time suggested that we lower our quality of work or we reduce our public safety. Rather, what we've done is ask for each of us who works within the city to act as a team, to care about each other. That's why we've asked for that 8% pay cut. That's for now in order to save the jobs of our fellow workers. We ask them to take a short-term negative for themselves in order to obtain a long-term positive for all of us. And I think that's very important. We have not said, you do this, you cut there. We've said, let's take that 8% pay cut. Let's tighten our belts. Let's do the best we can now, because it looks as if we are going to come out of it, and we are going to be able to then do the long-term positive. We're not going to overcome this problem by each of us thinking only of ourselves. We must work together. We must be a team, and that's what I'm asking everybody to do and to think about, and reconsider perhaps the unions and the others on taking that pay cut so we will not have to reduce jobs. Because I will tell you, I've seen people lose their jobs recently, and I know all of us feel the same way. It's a horrendous thing. So could we all and I know the executive and the appointive and I know the elective has said we will do it, could we all take that cut? Is it so much to ask to do it? Reevaluate at the end of the year. Maybe we have to be tough again another year, but after that it looks as if things would be better. So I'm just emphasizing, let's take that short-term negative for the long-term positive, and let's think of each other. I don't think it's too altruistic to ask, and I think the people of Las Vegas can do that. That's what I have to say, and thank you for the hard work. I know you did. I know all the others did, and I must say that the recommendations that I had, you've already done and recommended, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilwoman, you hit it on the head. We're not always going to be in these times, and that's important that everyone, not only the employees of the City of Las Vegas, but the citizens of this city understand that we're not always going to be here. In 2005, Betsy, you mentioned that we had money in the bank and things were going great, and we had so much going on that we just kind of kept on going and created more and did more, and that was great. And I was elected in 2005, and I remember those days. And I remember the challenges in Ward 6 dealing with development, growth, you name it, we had it out there. And I would gladly trade today for the challenges of yesterday, for the challenges we're facing today. I have to say this, though. As I've contemplated this meeting today, and we've all known it's coming, and witnessing the great efforts and great work that your staff has done, your directors, your deputy managers, the deputy directors, and the many of them are sitting in here today, good job. It's easy to lead in times of plenty. It is much more difficult for every one of us that sit up here today, and every one of you directors and every one of your senior staff members, it's much more difficult today to make these tough decisions. We've had this conversation. None of us want to lay anybody off. That's not the idea. In your third slide, you have the Fundamental Service Review guiding principles, sustained fiscal integrity. You've done that. You've been doing that. Mark, thank you for that. Maintaining the critical services. We've heard loudly and clearly from the people who live in the city of Las Vegas what's important to them. Preserve city jobs. Our three priorities. And this is challenging. This is extremely difficult. I must echo what Councilman Wolfson said, because that was one of the first notes I written down in regards to we have to have those serious conversations with other governments in this valley on what services we can consolidate. We are duplicating, we are triplicating. It's unnecessary. Your Honor and council members, a good example, just recently the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, Las Vegas Housing Authority doesn't exist anymore. It's a regional body. That's a simple example, but we really need to look at the others. How many police departments do we have? How many parks programs do we have? How many fire departments do we have in Southern Nevada? And this isn't solving problems today, but these are discussions that need to take place for the future, for the benefit of all the local governments. I need, with your permission, Your Honor, and Betsy, if I can have the fire chief come up to the microphone. Is that all right with you, sir?
Certainly. Chief.
Chief, I need to pick on you for a couple of minutes. Chief, we've heard loud and clear from the residents of this city priorities and focuses. I'm looking at your fire and rescue reduction scenarios, and I need you to tell me, tell the mayor and the council and the citizens of this city, how are these reductions, or are these reductions going to impact response times? I dial 911, what can I expect?
Councilman Ross, what I've been able to do through these last few months as we've looked at how we're going to approach my number one priority to the citizens of Las Vegas is to keep the response times as low as I can. When any of us call 911, we don't care the color of the truck that shows up. We don't care the level of how many years the firefighters have. We just want people there. And my goal is to get somebody to your doorstep in 4 to 6 minutes. So as I look through how can I do that, my goal, as I've stated at each of the town hall meetings, is to have a unit that would either be a fire engine or a fire rescue that has a paramedic on it, with paramedic services being roughly 90% of what we do at your doorstep in 4 to 6 minutes. So I took the engines and the rescues, and that was my focus. Okay, I'm going to preserve those units. What else? What can I work with now as we look at possible brownouts? My goal has always been for each of us, we all live in the city or we work in the city. There's no telling when you might need 911. It's how quickly can I get a fire unit to you that has a paramedic on it. And that's my goal. That's been what I've tried to do throughout this process. We'll be able to reach our $2.98 million reduction in the response time to you and to each of the residents of Las Vegas. It will not be diminished. There may be some services that are delayed in getting to a call, but a unit that has a paramedic on it will not be diminished.
And I needed you to answer that question because I knew the answer when I asked the question. You've given that answer many times in all of those neighborhood meetings. You've been really on the spot and put on the spot several times by the public, by the council, by your own department members, certainly by the press. And Betsy, as I've talked about your directors and the challenges they've faced, you know that this man has probably been faced with the brunt of a ton of them because of the priority of this council and in regards to public safety and what the citizens of this city want to see and want to keep. Chief, in regards to this, have you had these discussions with the collective bargaining unit, with the representative firefighters? Are they aware of this?
There's nothing that hasn't been presented this morning that I have not shared with the president of Local 1285, Dean Fletcher. He's aware of what was going to be presented this morning. We do communicate. We communicate regularly. And I don't communicate with the entire department what we're going to be doing. Some of that comes from Dean. But there's nothing in here that Dean hasn't been made aware of.
Well, and you have management staff that gets that trickled down anyway.
Yes,
so, and I needed you to kind of talk about those brownouts because I know what people are going to be thinking. Holy cow, we're going to have a brownout. There's not going to be a unit in that fire station when I might need them. It's important that you clarified that so the citizens of the city feel comfortable with your decisions. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Have a seat with the mayor's permission. Detention and enforcement, Betsy, I'm still having a real problem with that. You know that. I voiced that. Reduced officer presence and frequency of patrols at city parks, recreation centers, ball fields, community centers, general facilities. You know I'm having heartburn with that. When the folks in the Northwest are concerned about taking their families and taking their children to the parks, and they are going to think in the back of their minds, I'm not going to see a patrol car come cruising by here. I'm not going to have that officer in that unit, even if it's a drive-by, because when people see that, it makes them feel comfortable. And I know later on in regards to revenue and changing some things up, we're going to save and preserve some of those jobs in our marshals. That's significant. I think we can do more. And I'd ask you to do more. And I know you will. I won't pick on neighborhood services for a minute. Building and safety. And Mr. Knight, I see him sitting out there in the audience. So you're doing a fabulous job with the challenges you've been faced with. But I want to share this one comment with the mayor and council and the folks watching at home and in the audience. Ward 6 is still the place to build. Ward 6 is still a great place for homes to be built and businesses to be built in the whole 9 yards. That's our growth opportunities. It just so happens, and I want to use this as an economic indicator. In the past few weeks, I've actually had developers back in my office talking about building things. That's a serious economic indicator that things are changing. And so I'm watching those, and I just wanted all of you to be aware of that. Mr. Knight, get prepared. Revenue recommendations. Mr. Vincent, on your revenue recommendations, I want to say a word about these news rack fees, and I did in our briefing the other day. These news racks, council members, mayor, are not doing anything for me as a citizen of this city. I think they trash our city. I think they're unnecessary. I think if it's information people are looking for, and good, Brad's not here so I can trample all over the First Amendment. I think they don't do a thing for us. I think if people are in business with those news racks, they can do it differently. I think if you need a news rack and a newspaper, you can go online and get it. I think that these fees that are associated with Public Works, Mark, you and I had this conversation, an increase in revenue of $235,000, I don't think it's enough. I think the fees or charges or permits for these news rack stands should be quadrupled. That's my opinion. I don't know how to get there, Mayor, but I'm just voicing my opinion.
And that's what we're here for today. We had that discussion yesterday, Councilman, and during our briefing, and we're not looking to punish anybody, but we're looking to raise revenue, and that's they can certainly afford to pay it.
And with that, on those revenue recommendations, I think you're lowballing. I think you were very conservative on both of those slides. Potential fiscal year 2011 revenue impact on your recommendations at $5 million. I think you can juice that up. I think that's a very conservative number. I'm going to drop to the next slide, the extra bail warrant shift, and that's where we talked about marshals and moving some over and trying to preserve some of these jobs for our officers. I think that $500,000 is also, at the end of the day, after we receive the revenue, we make the expenditures, how much we have left in the bank. I think at the end of the day, that's still very conservative. I think if we get aggressive towards that, and Councilman Wilson, I'm going to disagree with you. If that officer knocks on that guy's door at dinner, he should be asking what's for dessert, because you have a warrant out for your arrest. You're either going to jail or you're going to pay it. How it gets paid is another story, another topic for conversation. But I don't have a problem with that. I think that's significant. You already mentioned the discussion options and opportunities for consolidation with the court marshals and D&E. That is still a reality. My last comment again, and I'm going to reiterate what I said in the beginning. You've done a fabulous job. This is where true leadership will be demonstrated in tough times. To the employees of the city, whether you're fire and rescue or marshals or CEA members or the appointed, it matters not. We care about our employees. We care a great deal, and we're trying to do everything we can. And Betsy, you can look me in the eye and tell me I'm doing everything I can, Councilman, to preserve jobs, keep our budget where it needs to be, and make this city work. We are going to do more with less, and you need to make that so it's almost invisible, so the residents of this city don't see those cuts. They don't see the cuts in service. If they have to stand in line for a few extra minutes, so be it. But let's do the right thing. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And first and foremost, I would like to thank you, Mayor, and the entire City Council for all the hard work that you all have done for the constituents of your districts and for the city of Las Vegas as a whole. And I'm really blessed to be a part of such a great group of individuals whose heart is in the right place. Secondly, to Betsy and your entire executive team and all of the departments heads throughout the city of Las Vegas, I would like to also recognize, acknowledge you, and say thank you as well for your due diligence, because we wouldn't be here today with lots of information, lots of data, lots of research if it wasn't for you and your entire staff that assisted in the process of pulling all of this together for us here today to deliberate on. And to the great employees of the city of Las Vegas, I commend you as well for coming to work every day and really doing a fabulous job on behalf of all the constituents throughout the city of Las Vegas, and making sure that the services are continued and being customer service friendly at the same time. And to the media, I would like to thank the media as well for covering all of the information. Although the media has not always had it accurate, I do thank them for being engaged in the process and providing the community with accurate and updated information as to what was at least going on in the city of Las Vegas as it relates to getting the word out and providing the community an opportunity to remain engaged and educated on where we are today in our economic climate. Mayor, I have some comments, questions, and some directions for staff. For starters, for Betsy, just my thought in general, what would be the most practical way for us as a council to identify in each department as far as programs and services that we currently operate that may no longer be something that we should be doing as a city. And how can we identify those things and bring it to council for us to make a determination if in fact that's something that we want to continue as a philosophy, as a mission, as a vision for the city of Las Vegas, and possibly there may be some cost-saving measures in that respect.
Councilman, I think that's a great question. There's a couple of ways we could approach this. One, we have a whole lot of work we have to do going into next fiscal year 12. One of the things that we built into your process in helping build this budget was a review of the council's priorities, the things that are critical to you, some of the key performance indicators associated with those key priorities that you've identified based on a whole lot of information. You took action on that at the last council meeting, and I believe the recommendations included in this budget support those priorities. As a part of our workshop, you may remember that we provided an entire list of all programs and services that the city provides by work unit, by line of business in each department. And I anticipate as we go forward into this next round of reductions to hit our next more aggressive budget target next year, we're going to need to look through those lists again. So I think we have an opportunity, after we put this budget to bed, if you will, to be able to really reevaluate some of those programs. And I think Councilman Wilson hit on it, and Councilman Ross to some degree. We're going to need to not only look within our organization about what we're doing more specifically, but we need to look at that list in light of what everybody else is doing in this region to see if there's ways that we can coordinate, collaborate, or consolidate. And I think that's going to be a lot of the work that will happen between the implementation of the fiscal year 11 budget and the fiscal year 12 budget, and that would be my recommendation going forward.
Okay, and I can appreciate that. And I look forward to you following up with us in that respect.
Absolutely.
You did mention consolidation, which was my next question, specifically for the Department of Enforcement and the bailiffs over at Municipal Court. I know in my briefing last week and this week, there was comment in regards to the bailiffs and the marshals being under two different bargaining units.
They're actually under one bargaining unit.
Okay, under
but
one
they're
bargaining
under
unit.
two different sets of leadership.
Okay, two different sets of leadership. I would like to see if there's either a cost savings measure as well as a way to seamlessly organize or structure the two entities under one unit. And that would be a direction, if you will, to begin the consolidated approach to the two entities.
Okay.
Municipal court. Well, before municipal court, there is a recommendation that you all brought forward, and I'm trying to find it in my slide, that has to do with the insurance billing for $565,000.
It's on the second bullet on this slide up on the screen, Councilman.
Okay. Yes, the insurance billing for services and supplies. Is that where the fire department goes out and then they bill against one's homeowner's insurance in order to recoup the cost? I would actually like for us not to do that. I believe that this will alarm residents and negatively impact them up front as far as what it is that we're trying to do in this respect. I understand that we, as homeowners, currently pay the fee within our homeowners insurance anyway, and so that cost is never extracted from the homeowner's insurance when the fire department or public safety comes to our house, and they never bill against it. So that's money that we're pretty much given freely to our homeowner's insurance. However, the concern that I have in that respect is what auto car insurance does for individuals who get into car accidents, and that's raise the premiums. And so I would hate for the homeowner's insurance to utilize that mechanism to increase our homeowners in the city of Las Vegas premiums, because the fire department have come to their residents, and more specifically for those seniors who will more than likely have more medical calls than actual fire calls coming to their residence, and I can actually see those premiums going up on behalf of those seniors, and I represent a large amount of those seniors in my ward, and I want to make sure that I look out for them in that respect. But I can appreciate you all bringing that forward as far as a revenue generating income on behalf of not only the fire service but the city of Las Vegas as a whole. So I would like to actually see that bullet point eliminated in the process of the recommendation going forward. Municipal court, the warrant processing fee. Can we go to that slide?
It's at the bottom of this.
Okay.
Or
So
are
we're
you
here.
talking about the swing shift warrants? The swing shift pilot program?
Yes, the swing shift pilot program.
This one? It's up on your
Yes.
screen. Okay.
Okay. The framework of this pilot program, I like. What concerns me is the fact that we'll have the marshals knocking on doors at night, speaking with constituents in regards to warrants, and being that this is a pilot program, I can also look at this program as a source of commission for the marshal to remain employed, because at the end of this pilot program, if in fact the cost does not outweigh the benefit of the program, then we will be eliminating the program. So from a personal position, I believe that there's an incentive to be a little bit more strong-arming, if you will, on behalf of those going out before the constituents to get the money, number one. And then secondly, how would we, if someone were to come to a constituent door to receive the monies owed for the warrant, how would that individual pay in the middle of the night? If they had a check or if they had a credit card, who would do that processing? Would the marshal do the processing? So, I mean, there's a lot of questions that I believe that needs to be washed out before we move forward with this. I believe that the concept and the framework of the pilot program is good, but I believe that there's still more work yet to be done. So I would suggest that we take it off the table until a lot additional questions in regards to this program can be answered.
If you would like, we do have the chief judge and Mr. Carmody here and Orlando. They've been working on the proposal for this program. I know some of the questions you just asked, they do have answers to.
Okay.
And so I don't know if you want to talk about that now, or if you'd like to finish going through your ideas and other comments and direction, or if you want us to try and take that separately right now, see if we can answer those questions.
Well, while the thought is on my mind, I wouldn't mind if the judge or Mr. Carmody come forward. Hi, Judge.
Well, good morning, and
Please
Mayor
state your name
and
for
council
the record.
members. I'm Chief Judge Betsy Kalkoski, and I appreciate your interest in the proposed program. We will be bringing a proposal. We're doing a proposal to the council. It's not completed yet and finalized. We're not going to jump into action tonight at 7 o'clock. So you will get some more information. But the one question that I can answer for you, based upon Councilman Wolfson's concerns, I wrote an order recently that very clearly defines what a marshal may do in the collection of a warrant. And the process, as I understand it, and I wrote it, hopefully it's implemented, is that a marshal connects a defendant with a clerk of the court who's authorized to receive monies. So the process is as if they came in off the street to our front counter, they wanted to take care of their warrant, which they can do in certain cases, according to a schedule. It's all very black and white, very specific, no room for wiggle. They can pay and take care of their warrants in the field as though they came to the front counter. So, does that answer that question?
Yes, somewhat.
Can I answer another question? Mr. Carmody?
You know, I believe, well, number one, where is the documentation? I know you stated that it's not complete, but is there a draft that you submitted to the council, or?
We're putting together, well, Mr. Carmody would answer that one. I think you
Okay.
know the status of that.
Yes, sir. Jim Carmody, Court Administrator. Sir, at the present time, what we've been able to do is identify the skeleton or the structure of the program. What we intended to do was come to you, much like we did with the traffic commissioner, with a full proposal that lays out what we believe we can do, why we can do it, how we're going to do it, what revenue it will generate, what the real costs are, and we'll address the concerns that I've heard each of you have in different ways. We have the same concerns. We're not out to strong-arm people. At the same time, there are people who commit offenses in this community, and the sanction in a municipal court is generally a fine. And those who choose not to adhere to and comply with that, we have a series of steps that we take in order to collect. And actually, the warrant service is one small piece of a total process that we use. 1 out of every 4 warrants that we serve end up in someone being arrested, and those are generally, as Councilman Wolfson has said, those are the people who are out there with DUIs who don't take care of business, and domestic violence. Those are the people generally that marshals, if they contact them, will take them to jail. People with traffic warrants, we try our best not to have that happen. At the same time, those people, many of them endanger us, and they need to tend to their fines. So what we try to do is have that happen. But the last resort is having a marshal come to the door. But we have many warrants, about 33,000 cases right now that we can identify that we ought to be doing something with, collecting on. But to back up and make it a little shorter, I would like to come to you with a full proposal that addresses those concerns, because we do understand them and we want to tend to them.
And I look forward to reviewing that full proposal, because I'm very concerned about it from not only a civil rights standpoint, but more so also a technical standpoint, in the sense of how, in fact, we move in a positive way to reduce the number of warrants that are out in our community. And of course, a great majority of those individuals with those warrants need to take corrective actions, and putting in place, as far as the courts putting in place an additional tool to get that done, I'm in support of. It's just the process of how, in fact, to get it done.
I'd like to make one final comment, and then I'll let you get on with your business. We will not be doing one thing more than we are currently doing in the daytime. We're not going to expand our powers. We are not going to become more onerous. We're doing exactly what we do in the daytime, which we believe is proper and constitutional. We're judges. We're about the Constitution. So thank you, Council.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Mr. Carmody.
So, Councilman, we will have a report ready by the end of March regarding that, and with direction to go forward, we would implement the program beginning July 1.
And would that come before council for approval?
Well, what we will do, there have been some questions about revenues. There was the question about whether or not the news rack fee was sufficient, whether or not the warrant service, for instance, should be pursued right away. With regard to the specific fee issues that you've talked about, we'd have to bring all of those back, whether they be the homeowner's insurance billing project in the fire department, or whether it be the news rack rates. We'll have to bring those back for specific action from you. Our request today is that if there's something you absolutely don't want us to do any work on because you don't even think it's worth exploring, tell us that today so we don't waste our time on something you're not interested in. As far as the warrant service program, what we were hoping is that we would get direction to pursue it today because it saves 10 positions, and it will have an impact on bumping, and it will have an impact immediately on those 190 positions if the direction is to pursue it. Obviously, we need to get a program in place that you all feel comfortable and well briefed on. So maybe what we do is bring that back at a subsequent council meeting, maybe the first one in April,
Right.
and have a report where you can direct me to go forward so we don't let people go.
Now, I'm with you. Believe me, I'm with you. As far as the concept and the framework as to what you all have put together, I'm in support of.
Okay.
It's the process. So if in fact you can bring back a process that satisfies my concerns, then I'm all for moving forward with it today.
Okay.
So my only concern is the process of how we get it done and how we get it done appropriately to the point to where we're not in violation of anyone's civil rights.
So maybe we could leave it this way. If the council includes pursuing the warrant service pilot program today, that we will brief on the process over the next 2 or 3 weeks to ensure there's a comfort level. If there's discomfort, we will put an agenda item back on the council agenda for you to discuss it further in public and direct me to pursue it or not pursue it at that time. Otherwise, we'll keep going unless there's a problem.
That's fine. I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. And you answered one question in respect to the jobs that would be saved through the Marshal's Department. Because what was the total number as of to date that would be released if, in fact, the pilot program is not approved?
In the Marshall program, what we would be doing is trying to save about 6 positions. As indicated here, there's 6 field marshals.
Mm-hmm.
We have to go through some transition where there would be a transfer or a loan or something like that, as well as training for the field marshals to get them prepared to go out in the field to deal with the warrant service. So it would save 6 bodies, and there were 13, I believe, Chief. 10? 10 total. 10 total marshals affected, so this should be able to help us drop that number to 4 through the reduction in force.
Okay, and I like that part about it as far as being able to transition those marshals off, because the last thing that I want to do is increase the number of those that will be affected due to the reduction in force. So that's one of the main reasons why I support the pilot program, is to keep those marshals in place and continue working. My next comment was towards leisure services, and that question is, how many community schools do we oversee? And maybe Billy Bastion can come forward if you don't have that information. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Billy Bastion, Department Director for Leisure Services. In answer to your question, Councilman Barlow, we have 9 community schools, and 2 of them are functioning as satellites to other regional community centers at this time, and that would be Gibson and the Charleston Heights.
Okay. And how many community schools are we proposing to close?
All 9.
All 9. Okay.
Except for, I'd just like to add one caveat to that, Councilman. Our proposal to the city manager and for your consideration is to continue the summer camp programs that are at each of those community schools, as long as the Open Doors, Open Schools agreement with the school district allows us to do so with principal and Clark County School District support.
Okay, and roughly, approximately how many Safe Key sites do we operate?
69.
And the number of Safe Key sites that will be closed? The number of Safe Key sites that will be closed?
We're not going to close any Safe Key sites at this time,
Okay.
except for those, Councilman, that may not have any attendance at them.
Okay, and how many do we foresee in that respect?
Right now, we have one Safe Key site, Wendell Williams, that is not having any attendees coming to the center.
Okay, and what are we doing, or what have we put in place to find out why there's no attendance, and if in fact there is attendance in the next school year, what are we prepared to do in order to provide that level of service?
One of the unique things about Safe Key is that we have an opportunity to open and close sites in a really short period of time. And so when there is an interest that comes forward, and it's collected oftentimes through the school district site itself, such as a Wendell Williams site, the office staff or designee will oftentimes take a interest list for us. We also do Safe Key fairs. We do Safe Key solicitation of parents who are interested in our programs. But right now, that is the only school that's not into effect. And I know you had another question, Councilman. Could you repeat that for me?
Yeah, the second part was in the event that there's more participation or an interest for Safe Key, what process would one have to go through at the school in order to receive a site?
We have a division supervisor that's responsible over Safe Key, and we also have Safe Key full-time staff, and they are out and about in the school district arenas at teacher and principal informational gatherings, as well as letters to principals. They also do informational fairs, and so they have constant contact with the schools. Our goal is to be in every elementary school that is in our city's jurisdiction with Safe Key.
Okay.
And then you asked about the efforts that are going on at Wendell Williams. Since the last time I briefed with you on Safe Key, you asked us to make an effort to reach out. Our Safe Key staff and the division manager himself has been in contact with the vice principal of the Wendell Williams School. They are aware that we are interested in trying to get more participation at that Safe Key site, and they have committed to assist us.
Okay. And is it the Darling Tennis Center that we're proposing to close?
We actually are just proposing...
Or privatize, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Privatize.
There isn't any intention to close the facility at this time, but we are looking at working with purchasing to do a request for proposal to look for an outside contractor operator for that facility.
And currently, what is the cost to the city to maintain the Darling Tennis facility?
Okay, right now the current budget for the Darling Tennis Center is just about $1.2 million.
$1.2 million to operate on behalf of the city?
That is correct. That includes all the full-time staff, any hourly wages, our service and supplies, and our facility charge for that facility.
Okay. And secondly, the YMCA, Durango Hills as well as Centennial Hills, we paid their power bills. What is the total cost of power do we pay on behalf of these two facilities?
I might need a little help with that one. Do you know that, Mark, right off?
If my
I think it's just
calculations,
over
if my
more.
calculations are correct, it's 1.7 million
Yeah. Thank you. I wasn't sure if it was one.
We don't pay 1.7 million in utilities.
collectively.
For all those?
Collectively. Give me the top one.
That,
I'm going to ask,
that might be all facility charges, Councilman. That might include, it includes, it's, the 1.7 million, Councilman, is not just utilities. It's cost of facilities, maintenance, custodial, minor repairs, and utilities.
Okay. And is this this is a private facility, right? As far as managed
This is a city-owned facility, and through an RFP process, it is operated by the YMCA, which is a nonprofit group.
Why haven't we considered reducing those fees that we pay out in utilities and services? Why wasn't that brought to the table to help offset the budget?
I did not have any discussions in regards to that, but I'm certainly open, and I'm sure the city manager is as well, to take some feedback with you in regards to that. So
Let me just talk about that for a second, Billy. We have a contractual arrangement with the YMCA where the council has indicated that there's a willingness to pay the utilities so that we can avoid all the operating costs associated with running those facilities. If there's a desire for the council to reopen those negotiations and bring those contracts back, then I'm sure we can certainly talk to Mike Luby and see if there's a willingness to reopen those contracts. But we can't, in and of itself, based on the current contract, no different than the ones we have with our employees, just say we're going to change the utility reimbursement rate in the contract that we have with them. But if that's an area you'd like for us to look at, we could certainly do that and see if they could absorb more.
I was just under the impression that everything was on the table, being that we were looking at all options in order to balance the city's budget, and I believe that that's at least a viable option for us to take a look at that no one brought to the table. That's why I bring
We can
the
certainly
question
look
forward.
at it, but it's not something we have control over today, and it would require us to change 2 contracts with the YMCA.
Okay, so I would like to recommend that we at least take a look at it and bring it forward for discussion, whether or not we move forward with it or not. It is $1.7 million that we can take into consideration as far as balancing the budget and saving
I don't
some
think it's
additional jobs.
$1.7 million, Councilman.
I can only
Yeah.
go off of the notes that the documentations that your department provides me, so,
Not for just utilities.
No, it's
yeah.
maintenance
Okay.
as well and repairs.
So it would be
I'm only going off of
1.7
what-
for everything
I'm
that
only
we
going
do
off
to
of what your
support our own
department provides me.
facility. I'm not arguing with you. I
Okay.
just don't know that there's a certain amount that we pay out, and then there's a certain amount that our staff performs on their behalf in our facilities. So maybe what we can do is bring that back about these public-private partnerships and see
Okay.
if that's a reasonable part of the partnership. There's no problem in doing that.
Okay, I can appreciate that. And what is the cost for Extreme Sports program?
It's about
And
100.
benefits and salaries?
The total cost of Extreme Sports is about $188,000 a year.
$188,000?
Net. That's net.
Yes. Yeah, it's about 190.
$190,000.
Yeah, it's 190 for this fiscal year.
Okay. What I would like to do, or recommend that we do, is eliminate the Extreme Sports program to the tune of $190,000. And it's based on the report from UNLV dated October 2009. Pamela Gallion, Director of Canyon Survey Center, on page 39 of her report, she surveyed 45% of youth under 18 and asked them, and I'll paraphrase, how often do they use the various leisure services programs, and out of that 45%, 2% participated in the Extreme Sports program, and it's dated in the Fundamental Service Review. And so with that, I believe that that's an area in which we can save, being that only 2% of 45% of the youth participate in that specific program. And with that $190,000, there, as I understand, Betsy, a shortfall of $25,000 to Reed Whipple. And so I would like to see how we can utilize a portion of this $190,000 to be transferred for to make Reed Whipple whole, as far as it remaining open, and also rapid response in neighborhood services, that a portion of this money also can be transferred over to neighborhood services for the benefit of the rapid response team and in order to keep those services in place as well. You have something to say?
Well, I wanted to go back over, if you don't mind, just real quickly, sorry, this is kind of hard to move through, but when, if you accept, and I may not be understanding you, so please clarify if I'm missing it, but the proposal that we had, that we felt we could fund, would be $427,000, almost $428,000.
Right.
For a partial restoration, not a complete restoration. The city programming basically would be eliminated in this process.
I understand that.
Okay. So if we do that and we take advantage of the recommendation option 2 here, you would be restoring all of rapid response, basically by eliminating the discharge planning, which the chief felt like could be picked up in the health services contract that she currently has for the jail operations, if we keep the Center for Hope functioning. So basically, the way to partially restore Reed Whipple and to fully restore rapid response would leave a gap of about 102. And if I hear you correctly, Councilman, you're saying instead of eliminating 2 vacancies, so to speak, eliminate extreme sports to make up that shortfall.
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because we already had that on the slide, and I just wanted to bring everybody's attention back to that. It would be taking the other possible source for restoration versus eliminating 2 other positions.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you for your assistance. Thank you, Billy.
Thank you.
Okay, and Mayor, as I wrap up, and Council, I appreciate your diligence with my comments here today. Just to close out, Mayor, I respect you 150%, if in fact there is 150% and 100%, but your direction to Brad Jerbick to see if in fact there's a way to fire employees and bring them back contingent upon an 8% agreement of reduction in their salary. I just wanted to respectfully say that I disagree with that suggestion, and I believe that there's a way that we can approach this without having to strong-arm the employees of our great city who does a great job for us every single day, and specifically with all of the work that the managers and their department heads have done in order to get us to this very critical point, pivotal point here at the City of Las Vegas. And so with that, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today and supporting or not supporting the motions that will be cast here today. So thanks again, and I'll reserve any further comments for later.
Councilman Anthony.
Well, the problem with going last is it's 12 o'clock and everything's pretty much been said. So, but I am going to make just a couple of comments. First of all, with the mayor's statements at the beginning, as well as I wrote down 4 recommendations. I agree with the statements, and I agree with that we need to pursue those 4 recommendations that he gave. Second of all, this has been a pretty tough time, I know, for you, Betsy. Putting this proposal together, I know you didn't do in a vacuum. I mean, you listened to the mayor, you listened to the city council, you listened to the public, you listened at town hall meetings, you listened to focus groups, surveys, you listened to your directors, you're listening to managers, and everybody's pushing you and pulling you. And I know it took a lot of work to put this together. So with that said, I agree with all your recommendations, except for a couple of comments I want to make. Number one, on the revenues recommendation slide, there are a couple of items on there I need some more information on before I can support. So I'll get with you later on and get that information and have some dialogue with you. The extreme sports, I can't support that. $188,000 for extreme sports. I would rather move that someplace else. Because if you look at your mission, maintain fiscal integrity, keep critical services, save city jobs, that's not really there. I mean, that's not a critical service, so I'd like to see that move someplace else. There were a couple of other comments that were made, first, and some philosophies. First of all, privatization, these public-private partnerships, I think we need to do more of those. I mean, a perfect example of what you're doing is and I think we need to explore this as a Darling Tennis Center. I mean, you're actually going to look at privatizing that, and not only does that save the city money, It may generate some revenue. And the one thing to keep in mind about these public-private partnerships, and I've talked to folks at Leisure Services, we just don't drop the ball on this. I mean, the Darling Tennis Center is a world-class center. And just because we privatize it doesn't mean it's not going to be a world-class center anymore. It will be, and I'll make sure of that because it is in my ward. But it's a great opportunity to do something different, and that's what we're supposed to be doing today. Consolidation, that was mentioned a couple times. We need to keep pursuing that. I think the consolidation of the city marshals is something that definitely needs to be looked at. It just doesn't make sense to me to have these public safety, law enforcement officers under two different folks. It really should be under one person that has background in public safety. But we need to be looking at more of those consolidation efforts. And I know the issue was brought up about the warrants, and I'm glad some people brought up some concerns. But the one thing to keep in mind about the warrants are police officers in this country are executing warrants 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all the time. This isn't something that just we've decided to do on our own. And it is a way of generating revenue. It is a way to save some city marshal jobs, which are important. But the one thing to keep in mind is these are people that have been arrested, that have gone to court, and they're not listening to the judges. They're not showing up to court. They've been executed a fine or some kind of a sentence, and they're just not showing up. So I don't have a lot of sympathy for these folks. And if there's a way to get thousands and thousands of people that are not listening to the criminal justice system back in our system so we can adjudicate their particular issue, I think that's a great thing to do. So with that in mind, I just have one question for you. Between today and May, when we do the final budget, what happens?
Well, there's a couple of things that happen administratively. One, we turn in a tentative budget based on your direction today to the state. That has to happen by mid-April. So based on your direction today, we clean up all of our budget documents and we zip them to the state by that deadline. It gives us a little bit of time then to make any final adjustments based on your direction as we finalize the budget, and we would be able to take into consideration changed conditions along the way. But primarily, it's a tentative budget that typically, with a few minor changes, cleanups, and that kind of thing, ends up becoming your final budget.
So with your permission, Mayor, when's the last day that we decide what the budget, our balanced budget, is going to be for the next fiscal year?
When we bring the budget back to you for your vote in May, that's your final adjustment to the budget. So if some conditions changed, whether they be revenues or costs or that type of thing, we would make those adjustments in that final budget hearing. We would work with you up to that point. I guess the issue is that we wouldn't anticipate there to be major changes from this budget presentation, because much of what if you direct me to implement this $493 million budget today, with your recommendations included, we'll make those adjustments, but we will begin immediately implementing many of the things in this budget. That's why we wanted to talk about the separation program. We will immediately start notifying impacted employees. We will immediately start restructuring our work so that we can still handle summer camps and all the other things that we do every day, because we really can't wait till middle of May to make decisions that have huge impacts in very short order. So I don't know if that helps. It may confuse things a little bit more, but typically they're not huge changes unless there's a huge change. Those things in the past have been things like changes at the legislature that impact your budget. The minor things are fairly easy to adapt to.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask a question? What we are voting on today is a tentative budget, and we're voting on some things that we know you're going to look into. Some changes may be made before the final budget vote. I just wanted to emphasize that. So there'll be tweaks, there may be some eliminations, but this contains the general thrust of the budget, and those other things we'll look at before the final vote.
That's correct.
Absolutely. If you would like, Mayor, I can kind of go through what I think I've heard as recommendations, if that would help.
It certainly will help the Mayor Pro Tem frame his motion. and motions. So if you would do that.
Do you want me to do that? Dave?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I want to say something first, if I may, Ms. Fretwell, and that is that I've tried to be as nice as I can, Councilman Barlow. I'm trying to save jobs. I'm trying to prevent people from losing their employment here. I think to myself, if somebody with the city is making $100,000 and they're asked to take an 8% cut, they still get a salary of $92,000. That's pretty darn good compared to what's happening in the private sector today. So I'm not going to feel sorry for anybody in that particular situation. I really mean what I've asked the city attorney to explore. If it's a strong-arm tactic, so be it. We'll have to, of course, have council approval if it's ever going to be placed into action, but I want to find out whether I could act legally. If it's legal, I'm going to propose it to the council, and I'm just asking that those who may have been in a state of denial and never thought that this day of reckoning was here, that they step up and agree, or else, Mr. Jerbick, I want you to research this. I want an answer as quickly as possible. That I think this is the only way that we're going to be able to save the jobs if the existing state of mind remains in effect. So with that, Ms. Fretwell, why don't you give us your notes, and then we'll hear from the Mayor Pro Tem on the motions.
And Mark's going to help me here if I've missed something. So what I'd like to do is go through what I think the recommendations are based on the dialogue today, and then there may be a couple of points that we need clarification on or specific direction from the council. That we'll go back to my original slide on the final recommendations. That this would be an approval of the FY11 tentative budget with all the associated labor and non-labor reductions. That you recommend us continuing to pursue the revenue recommendations that we've included here, but that they will be action will be taken on those separately going forward. That there's an approval of the employee separation program. That we would establish the reserve policy changes. We would also approve the enterprise fund and internal service fund eliminations and transfers. You'll direct us to put the CEA resolution on for council consideration at the next available meeting. That you would establish a pilot warrant service program subject to council briefing regarding the process, which should be available by the end of this month. That we prepare a Marshall Unit consolidation report by November. That we evaluate termination options to start over with new contracts through the city attorney, what our opportunities are there. That we hire a consultant through an RFP, a competitive process, to evaluate public safety departments, including fire and rescue, with particular emphasis on EMS transport privatization, have the scope of work done by July with a report completed by December.
Correct.
That we explore trying to get donations from the Reed Whipple community participants, patrons, to match the city's contribution of $25,000 to restore that program at that facility. That we make sure there's sensitivity training for our marshals for the pilot program for the swing shift warrant service. That we continue to pursue consolidation, particularly in the areas of work cards, business licenses, and courts. That we reevaluate the YMCA contracts and see if there's a potential to avoid costs on the city's contracts there. That we restore the rapid response team to its full complement, which would be 5 teams with a crew leader. That we eliminate extreme sports, and that we partially restore Reed Whipple under the plan that we presented here, so that we can accommodate the 6 bullet-pointed uses in that building. Now, there were a couple of things that also came up regarding the fees, which I've mentioned before. We'll have to look at each of those individually. Process improvement, things like ticketing with the enforcement officers, and can we make that more streamlined? Pay attention to the marshals units, as we've indicated with the restoration. If we go forward with the swing shift unit, then basically we would lose 4 marshal positions, not the 13 we originally identified. And I believe that was it.
Did you mention exploring the facility costs with the public-private partnerships?
No, but we do need to do that. Yes, I was thinking of that under consolidation, but public-private partnerships would be the other recommendation.
No questions.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
And-
first Councilman Ross.
Oh,
then Councilwoman
I'm sorry, I didn't
Perkins,
hear
please.
you
No
down
problem.
there.
Yes, Councilman Ross.
Sorry, Councilwoman. Betsy, you say we're going to take we're going to take these revenue generators separately at another time. I'm hesitant to do that. I know what my comments were. I say I'm hesitant to do that because we need to hurry every chance we get.
Well, if you would like to take action on it and direct us to prepare the agenda items right away, we can do that. But you will have to take action anyway on many of these require ordinances.
They're going to have to
So
get that. Okay.
that
I
was
get
kind of
But I
my
don't think the
point.
process should slow down. I think you should just, with all of our
going.
comments, just keep on going until you get things ready to rock and roll.
And we're happy to do that. My point was if you can direct us to go forward with that revenue plan as quickly as we're ready, we will start putting them on your agenda for approval.
Very good. Councilwoman?
I just wanted to suggest that as you follow through on the mayor's recommendation about looking into situations with the unions and things like that, that you might look at, and I'm sure you probably will, but I wanted to emphasize that report by Kirchhoff and Associates that was done for us in 2008, because that report at that time even said we could not sustain our labor costs and continue to exist.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Fredwell, is that it?
I
It seems to be all-inclusive.
I believe so.
right,
I don't
thank
know
you
if I
very
missed
much.
anything. Mayor Pro Tem looks like you might have something.
What did you decide on the Evolve program?
I put that on the things that you may want to discuss further, because, Councilman, I think you indicated an interest in maybe letting that be handled federally or state or county or something along those lines, and that may warrant a little more explanation. With the elimination of the discharge planning, there would be around, Steve, you may want to come up here and help me, around $700,000 left that the city of Las Vegas would be spending towards homeless services. There's two components of that $700,000. One is a regional program where we participate in the inclement weather shelter program, also where we participate in West Care and a variety of other things through the Regional Planning Coalition Committee on Homelessness, for lack of a better way to describe it. I think that's, how much is that, about 300?
315.
I just need to make a comment, if I can, Your Honor.
Certainly.
I can certainly appreciate what you're saying and where you're going, okay? And it's real easy for some of these other entities to contribute to help. But the ones that get affected by this is Wards 3 and 5 and partially Wards 1 in the city of Las Vegas. And I proposed we can go anywhere in this valley and put some of these services there and see how they like it. And it's just really, really hard for me to keep putting money into this program when I can't see any benefit from it.
Well,
I get calls each and every day of problems in my neighborhoods because of what we're doing here.
And there's about $700,000 that we spend on that. Now, obviously, we will be reducing that because we're going to start charging more to the grant. But you've got two components. You've got our own employees that provide assistance to the homeless at the Center for Hope, and then we have our contribution to Regional Solutions on sheltering and management information systems. It's a federal requirement.
We all understand that.
Yeah, so it's you guys tell us if you want us to stop doing those things. We can do that.
Just look into it a little bit further so we can have some more recommendations.
Absolutely. We'll be
Okay.
happy to explore those two programs for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And bring back a report.
Good. Anything else?
No, unless
Right.
there's questions,
Nope.
if I missed something.
Nope, I think that's fine, and I appreciate everything you've done. You've done a yeoman's job. You and Mr. Vincent, the other members of the manager's office, as I said before, the department heads, the staff, the employees who have participated in the process, the public, they're all to be congratulated, and I appreciate all the comments that the council members have made today. And at this
Mayor,
time, yes.
If I could just, there are a couple other people that really did a lot of work that I would like to point out.
Okay, I don't
that
wanna
usually
leave it
fly
out.
under the radar screen, and I hate for them not
Please
to
do
get
it.
some recognition.
Good.
Mark's finance team, Candy, Vanetta, all of the financial analysts, they have really been under the gun and doing the very best they can. And in a very difficult circumstance, particularly Luann. I mean, that woman has had to work out positions from here to yon. She probably dreams about those at night instead of anything fun. So a thank you to all of them. The FSR team has been led by Scott and Brian Knudsen, Claudette, Judy, David Rogelman for all their hard work in putting together these binders of fundamental service review reports for you. And we would not be here without that team of people right there who did all the hard work to make all of these hard decisions a little bit easier for all of us by putting together detailed impact information for you so that we could tell the community what they're going to feel as a result of these budget recommendations. So my hat's off to each and every one of you for all of that work. Thank you very much. And I do think it's important for me to tell every one of you, Councilman Wolfson said, Mayor, you never get thanked. Thank you. But thank you to all of you because you've been the most engaged, attentive, and involved council that I could be blessed to work for. I know other managers are really envious of how much support I've gotten from you, and I truly appreciate your willingness to get involved at the level that you've been involved in dealing with this really difficult budget. So I thank you for that. And, you know, we're in a little bit of a different financial situation than some of the other cities because we've been so aggressive in attacking this budget shortfall over the last couple of years. I'm glad we're not San Francisco today. I'm glad we're not LA today. And I'm really glad we're not Colorado Springs. This may feel pretty bad here, but there's some cities around this country that are being devastated through their budget reductions. I'm glad we're not there, and we're going to do everything we can to keep from getting there. So I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 4, can I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to read.
Is there any public comment?
No, not now. No, we'll have citizens' participation. We'll hear from you then.
On item 4 and 5.
Yes.
Can I make a motion? Brad's not here. I'd like to make a motion on 4 and 5. In order to balance the fiscal year 11 budget, I would recommend that we approve the fiscal 11 budget with all associated labor and non-labor reductions, approve all revenue recommendations, approve all employee separation programs, approve the ISF reserve policy change, approve the ESF and ISF elimination and transfers, direction to put the CEA resolution for consideration on a future council meeting agenda, and all other added recommendations that Betsy reminded us of. And again, I want to thank the council members for their comments. I would like to ask that those comments be put on the record. And with that, Your Honor, I make a motion that we approve these item 4 and 5.
Thank you. That's a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed?
It's an aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. And item 6, please.
And on item 6, I make a motion to file staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 7 is citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council and Redevelopment Agency. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council and Redevelopment Agency unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up to the podium, give us your name. We'll put the 3-minute timer on.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Some pretty tough decisions here at the last minute that weren't even on the agenda for this budget.
You have to state your name, please, Mr. Fletcher.
Dean Fletcher, I am the president of Las Vegas Firefighters and one of your captains. Hopefully that doesn't count towards my time. Your proposals, Mayor, you made a commitment to the fire chief and the firefighters and also your city manager just a few short weeks ago of fire-based EMS and the value to the safety of the citizens and the services that we provide. Now all of a sudden this morning you came up with that plan. It became part of a budget. You're talking about public safety, you're talking about response times. And while we're in negotiations, I'm not embarrassed to tell you where we are at in public. We have offered you a zero-cost contract to the city for the next year. The fire chief can operate the fire department. this current next fiscal year and probably bring back $1 million or $2 million back into the city's budget. So we have been negotiating in good faith, and this proposal voted on that wasn't even on the agenda to look into privatization of EMS does not count that we are firefighters, paramedics, and EMTs. You will lose your ISO Class 1. You will cost the city money in the long run. You will lose the money we're bringing back in to EMS transports. Your fire department budget is going to come in $6 million under budget this year. We're going to bring back to you $4.5 million this year in transports that go right back into the general fund. Our firefighters have increased transports by almost 100%. And I think your move today is nothing but a bully move. I don't want to fight with you, but that motion put in by you was off the wall, and I think it was a bully tactic in our negotiations. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, Councilman. My name is Howard Bash, B-A-S-C-H.
Is your microphone on, Mr. Bash? Now it is.
Is it on? I thought it was. Hello, can you hear me? I've been a resident of Las Vegas since 1965 and presently an employee of the City of Las Vegas for over 20 years. I had a whole thing that I was going to go over, but pretty much all the council and you, Mayor, have touched on all those items. I would just like to briefly elaborate on some of the things that council has said. I know, Mayor, earlier you brought up the letter that an employee had sent you. I believe I know this employee. Went to grammar school, junior high school, and graduated with this employee. This particular employee, at the end of June, will have approximately 11 months left for him to get his full retirement. I think he should be able to at least negotiate some kind of agreement with the city and to allow him to benefit from his service with the City of Las Vegas. One other thing that Councilman Wolfson mentioned about our public works projects, our CIP projects, capital improvement projects, which I don't know if council or councilman is aware that according to the Tier 2 layoffs that are presently, that we know of, Public Works was informed before the first of the year of what people were on that list. Our engineering design section will lose over a half a dozen people, including myself, with this process. You mentioned all the work that is in contract, in construction, on the books, on the shelf, whichever. There are a lot of projects. We all work very diligently to make sure that we conduct ourselves properly, make sure we're looking out for the city's interests. I think it would be a shame that we lose the employees that have continued to provide the service to the public with the intentions of looking out for the best interests of the cities. We all have ongoing projects that we're working on. One project, just to come up just briefly, and I'll.
I want to move it along so everybody has a chance to talk.
Okay. One of the projects that I have just recently involved in is our Clear Skies project, which I know you all are aware of. The project just didn't come to be within the last few years. I've worked on this project for off and on for 15 years. So it is something that I have continued to work with and try to try to achieve a goal that we all have with that. So, all right, that's all.
That's why I want to keep your job. Yes.
My name is Hardy. I live 123 St. David. Sometimes, Oscar, we often overlook what's very important to all of us. I say the same thing to you that I said to the state, and you are running a bully tax personally. But I told the state, if you lay people off, you make a bad matter worse. Laying people off has never been the answer. Human beings buy, they participate in our life. General Electric said many years ago, people are our most important product. People. We what it's all about. You create a robot, it takes a job. That's not a person. People keep society going. When you lay people off, the reason they get bad because you got less and less people in the workforce. And how are you going to get taxes from nobody? So what I'm trying to say, another thing, you do have to raise taxes in this state, and if the state and Nevada don't raise taxes, and the city too, you're going under. Taxes go back thousands of years. So raising taxes for the right purposes to save all these good jobs, these police officers, marshals, whoever you want to call it, the name don't matter. And the fire department, so they got to make a few suggestions. Everybody do have to make some adjustments. You know, some cuts here and there, whatever, to save everybody's job. I go with it. But laying anybody off is a horrible thing to do. I don't want to see that, Oscar. 4 people, 8 people, that's too many. And I'm sorry about you, Reese, that's the wrong thing to do. Don't lay people off. Come up with something, close the building, do something. But save the people. Please, I beg you to. Thank you.
Collins?
Hi, my name is Chris Collins. I'm the Executive Director of the Las Vegas Police Protective Association. It's my great honor to represent your city employees, the deputy city marshals, and the municipal court marshals. I came here today with no expectation of really saying anything, to hear what was going to be said and done. But comments from you, Mayor, bring me to this table to tell you that I think you are being a bully. And here's why. You said that there was no meaningful offers made. I'm here to tell you that since November 20th, when Betsy first sent me an email, I've had many, many meetings with the Muni Court Marshals and the Deputy City Marshals. In those meetings, the emotions ranged from anger to tears on how to save their jobs. We did make an offer to you a week ago that you claim was not meaningful. It saved $415,000. That's Mark Vincent's numbers. I happen to disagree with that number. I think it's a little more, but that's okay. We've disagreed all along on the numbers, but we've managed to work through it. If he's correct, that saves 4 marshals' jobs. That is a meaningful offer to the city of Las Vegas. I take great disrespect from your comments, if you will, on behalf of the marshals. If what you're saying is true, that we had to come up with the entire offer or nothing, which has been the council's stance, then we were never involved in meaningful negotiations with the city of Las Vegas anyway. It was simply our way or the highway. And today proves that to us, that we have spent months and many, many hours in meetings to no avail. It did us absolutely no good whatsoever. The city keeps talking about an 8% cut to their employees. That's quite disingenuous to the citizens of this city. The cut was actually 8% out of their pockets for 2 straight years, a 16% cut in pay, and a freeze in all future monies. That comes down to a cut for my marshals of about 28%. It takes an average marshal's salary from $70,500 down to $58,000. They can't live on $58,000. The economy is bad. We all understand that. They have family members, wives, husbands, significant others who have been laid off. Your offer of 16% true reduction plus flat puts them in bankruptcy and foreclosure. We offered you a situation that would have saved jobs. We never heard one word back from the city on it, yes, no, or indifferent, and you quite simply slapped us in the face today and said, no, thank you, we'll lay you off. I think that's quite disingenuous from this council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Tracy Valenzuela, President of the Las Vegas Peace Officers Association. I represent the corrections officers and the corrections sergeants for the city. I appreciate the opportunity to make some points, as Councilman Wolfson would say, to anybody who's listening. There has not been an unwillingness on the part of our members of the Las Vegas Peace Officers Association to work with the city and try to resolve the budget shortfall. We have bargained in good faith. We have 1 year that remains in our current collective bargaining agreement. And we still remain the lowest paid law enforcement agency in the Valley. Although it's been represented that we have made no concessions to the city, we have agreed to a 1% give back as of June 2010, and we've given back other benefits such as a reduction in the medical contribution to the city, to our association members, and our uniform allowance. Again, we're not insensitive to the city's plight, but again, I want anybody who's listening to know that we have also offered to partner with our department heads to reduce our overtime budget savings, approximately $1.5 million to the city, but that has failed to be mentioned here today. Betsy's letter that came in November stated that our 8% rollback and holding our wages flat would equal $1.6 million. If I went to Bank of America to deposit $1.5 million into my savings account, they don't care if it came from monies that I worked for or from winnings in a casino. It's still $1.5 million into my savings account to make it solvent. We currently have 11 vacancies in the corrections staff, and from my understanding, we're looking at losing 5 more for a total of 16. This is going to be very critical to the inmate custody supervision. It's not only a financial impact on our officers, but because we've agreed to reduce the overtime and work harder with less, it's going to also be a physical and psychological impact. And I don't want that to be looked at as not a sacrifice. We spoke about the 4.5% wage growth that Mark Vincent mentioned. This has been forecasted in the 5-year model. I don't believe there's a union leader in here that will ask for 4.5% or that expects a 4.5% wage increase. So I think those numbers are significantly inflated. Also, when we mentioned slide 30, which was the labor dollars that go to public safety, I like to see that broken down even further to see what percentages actually go to Metro, what percentage actually goes to fire, and what percentage goes to D&E. I do want to thank you all for the consideration, and I know this has been a difficult task for all of you, so again, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, I'm Don King. I'm the president for the Las Vegas City Employees Association. We represent the largest number of city employees. I do want to say, start with Oscar, I agree with the other unions. I think you are being a bully. I think your directions to Brad Jerbick attacks the collective bargaining process. I believe we've negotiated contracts in good faith. We have met with the city. We're continuing to meet with the city. I've got staff going through compiling results of a survey that I mentioned to you last week that we were doing. I hope to have an answer for you soon. I do want to thank Councilman Barlow for standing up and disagreeing with you and your directions to the mayor. The city has asked for 8%. I agree with what Chris Collins said. 2 years, hold everything flat. It's more than 8%. I stand here, I don't want to see one employee lose a job, but my bargaining unit has been through 4 layoffs already. The building department has been through 2. This will be their 3rd. Chris Knight has done an excellent job over there, and I will say that, of trying to keep things together over there. I think he needs a little assistance sometimes. We haven't been just meeting with the city to try to work out things. We've had a budget committee working with the city as well. Cindy is our budget committee chair. We have a list of recommendations to give the council, to ask the council also to consider those before laying off people. Again, I said I don't want to see one person lose a job. It's been said that it's a tenured employee against a young person. It's not. We got 20+ year employees, as you're aware, in this layoff. I'm losing a little bit, but I don't want to see people lose their job. We've asked that, okay, management and the appointives to do their part, and yes, they came forward. But I did not see where they're giving up 8% of their salary like you've asked us to do. You don't trim a tree by cutting its roots off, Mayor. We have a whole bunch of vacancies. Yes, there's been a lot of employees left. There's been very few management and executive positions in those. Maybe we need to look a little bit more at some of that. I've been a city employee going on 33 years now. I've been here when we didn't have a deputy director. I've been here when we had 4 council seats and 1 mayor. I've been here when we had 2 people work out of the council office. There's been a lot of growth in places. I think you need to look everywhere. Cindy, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No. Just for the record, Cindy White, city employee and trustee with the CEA.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My question is just for clarification, Ms. Fretwell. The Reed Ripple Restoration Plan, my name is Bev Patton. I'm Executive Director of the Las Vegas Youth Orchestra, is currently housed in the Reed Ripple Cultural Center. I noticed that, and thank you very much, council members, and Ms. Fretwell, for listening to the voices of the community and my youth orchestra community and restoring Reed Whipple. However, I do notice point number 2, that the youth orchestra you will continue to try and relocate us. Yet when you made your verbal presentation, I'm pretty sure I heard that the recommendation was to keep those occupants at that facility. So could I have some clarification on that, please?
What we're trying to do is, this is a 1-year budget plan, and so ideally we would be able to pursue the partial restoration for the balance of the fiscal year, so till next June. But in light of the fact that we have a huge budget shortfall that begins the following year, we want to continue to evaluate how can we preserve having these programs in our community, even if we have to do it in a different facility. So it's more evaluative than it is trying to relocate you mid-year.
So that second point, it says relocate. What you mean to say is reevaluate?
We need to, yes, we would have to really reevaluate it and see if there's somewhere else that we could locate it if we have to make another recommendation to completely close the facility.
Okay.
I'm hoping we can avoid that, but I'm not certain.
So that was not clear, and if for the record that could be made clearer for the public record when the minutes are posted.
What we'll do is we will have a follow-up implementation meeting with all of the individuals that will be housed at Reed Whipple so that we can talk about those issues, as well as any interest in helping us with fundraising or other types of things to help defray some of the costs going forward.
And one more additional comment, I would appreciate if all parties were involved in that roundtable discussion and that it be a discussion. I think the communication in the past has been spotty and has not gone through the layers and levels. I have to say that because we were informed as on the front lines, tenants of that facility, just a Thursday before the last 3 town hall meetings that Reed Whipple Culture Center would be closed. And that to me was somehow lack or miscommunication or communicating with the wrong people. So I would request that in the future efforts to have a roundtable discussion to include all parties involved. We're only interested in one thing, and that's to keep the music going for the young kids, whatever it takes. Thank you for your time.
All right, sir, can you take your hat off if you're going to address us?
Hello, I'm Val Sharp.
Mr. Sharp, can you take your hat off, please? There you go.
My pleasure. I didn't want the glare to,
I could take the heat.
I'm a city resident. Councilman Reese is my councilman.
I thought you could say he's your barber.
No, my wife is my barber. Councilman Barlow, thank you for your comments. The city has been subsidizing the Y operation for a long time, and it is, I think, in my opinion, inappropriate that they do so. If the Y is going to have a city-private relationship, they ought to be carrying more of their weight. Your questions were very well put. Councilman Wolfson, your suggestion about collecting the money, actually they do that in Montana. If you're pulled over for speeding, the cop who gives you the ticket picks up the funds. So maybe your liaison could look into how they do that. It might answer some of the concerns you have about the warrant situation. Councilman Reese, thank you for your comments. I appreciate them. Councilman Ross, thank you for your comments. I would have liked to have seen a more strident labor approach, but that's okay. I understand where you're coming from. Councilman Anthony, thank you also for your comments. Mayor, you know what makes you great as a mayor of Las Vegas is your overstatement. cutting off the thumbs of graffiti guys. I remember when you made that comment. $1 million fine. And some of the other things that you do, because that's what Las Vegas is about. We're bigger than life. But Las Vegas is a schizophrenic town. It's one kind of town Monday through Friday during the day. And it's another kind of town on the weekend. And you have a police department that maybe is a little bit heavy for the during the day stuff, weekdays, but not heavy enough for all the stuff that goes on during the week, on the weekend. We're different and we're unique. It is our city employees who make this town what it is. Because you guys are only around for 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, or whatever, and you're gone. I've been an employee for 15 years. So I know that you're about a year and a half out, and you'll be termed out. That's fine. You've done a great job in putting the word of Las Vegas throughout the country and throughout the world. But your outrageous statement today was over the top. It was, you're an attorney. You know it's unconstitutional. You know it's against labor law. You know that if you tried to do it, we'd sue your butt, and we'd win, and then you'd do nothing but cost the city money. So let's get real about this. Here we are, we have a hiring freeze, but one of the things that we've come on this fundamental service review is recommendations will be made to lift the freeze on all hiring and lift the freeze on the capital plan. We are not interested in taking an 8% actual cut. Then on top of that, half of our employees lose their automatic step increase of 5%. So for those guys, it's 13. Then another 0.5% if they get longevity. And then the cost of living. So you're looking at 16% impact on some of our employees, and they happen to be probably the lower paid group because they're still getting steps. We have made suggestions. You know, Betsy, I know you got a tough job. You know, I appreciate where you're at. You're in the middle. And we're totally sympathetic. As far as the city manager is concerned, we appreciate the efforts that you're making. But it isn't real world. And we have made suggestions that would create postponements of some of these things, but that's not good enough. Well, our people can't afford the cuts.
Okay, thank you.
Try to do something with the real estate tax. Mark Vincent's idea at 10 cents, he's not recommending it. Make it 10, make it 15 cents. All it does is raise the floor. I would pay it willingly to help save jobs.
Thank you. Did you? You spoke before.
I spoke before.
Can't do it again.
I can't?
No.
Okay.
Mr.
All right.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd just like to clarify something. And first of all, I do think we should, as a council, show respect for those union entities that gave us a formal plan. Now, my understanding is that POA did that. Is that correct? And although they were told it wasn't enough, they did make that effort to try and come up with a plan. I see no other plans from anybody in this book. And that's a concern I have. So where are we, Betsy?
Okay. PPA did present a proposal. It was delivered to us right before your last council meeting.
Right.
And then it was presented along with some petition signatures to you at the council meeting.
So PPA made a formal proposal to us.
Yes, they
did. PPA made a formal proposal. Did anybody else make a formal proposal?
Well, we're in negotiations with IAFF, and we don't typically talk about proposals, some or none, in a public forum. That's why on the chart that Mark presented earlier, we had a not applicable on the offer line, because Dean can come talk about it, but we have a ground rule that says we're not going to talk about that.
Okay,
outside of the negotiation.
Maybe I can get to this a different way. In this booklet, which we received, this big, large booklet, which I read over again last night, we had each of the unions had a tab, right?
Yes.
Okay. I only had one tab that had anything behind it, and that was the PPA.
Correct.
Okay. So I, as a council person, am assuming that they are the only one that gave us to the step of a formal application. And you're saying I can't say that or ask that?
Well, I don't know if Brian wants to weigh in here, but there's different rules that apply when you're in bargaining under 288 regarding how we negotiate, and most of those discussions are closed, which is why we have closed-door sessions to brief you on our proposals and the ones that we receive.
And that's exactly right, Councilwoman. Since they gave you a formal proposal, that's why that's in your book. And since they're still on ongoing negotiations, that's why that's not in the book.
Okay, then. So can I assume, as a normal human being, that if there is one proposal there, that was given to us, and if there are other tabs that are empty, we didn't have the proposals given?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know there. And I wanted to also say, when I spoke, I mentioned the 8%, and I purposely said, and let's see where we are at the end of this year. Maybe something will happen and we won't have to ask for an additional 8%. But that could be considered then. My understanding is we're asking for the 8% this year. Are we saying to them for sure it's going to be 8% again next year? Because that does add up to more than 8%, and I've stated that in public meetings. It's far higher.
Councilwoman, back in November when we adjusted the forecast, we recognized that it was going to take us 2 years to fill our shortfall, as Mr. Benson indicated in the earlier presentation. To fill that shortfall, we anticipated at that time that 8% in both years would help us fill the shortfall without us having to adversely impact the number of employees unless they didn't have work to do. We constantly reevaluate our financial condition. In fact, we will be talking about that with you in the coming months, again, because we'll have the 6 months will run its course. So the answer is we did ask for 8 in both years, and we have had conversations with every single bargaining unit that this is a 2-year problem and that we're focusing in, Mayor Pro Tem, on the first-year solution. Didn't mean that I retracted the fact that there was going to be a need for another discussion in fiscal year 12, but that we definitely needed to work together on fiscal year 11. That's why there's a 1-year proposal from PPA in here for you.
Yeah. And that's what, I would hope if we just got a 1-year proposal, then we'd have to see. I don't know, some miracle might happen. Maybe some of the billions they're giving away through the federal government might somehow be able to help us. Who knows that? But I was just talking about the 1-year level. So I wanted to make sure how I was hooking up on that. And I thought, I asked the question one time, isn't CEA perhaps benefiting the most of any of the labor groups? Oh, I don't know if I can say all this stuff. Where's our attorney? Did he go out again? There he is.
What do you need to say?
Well, I just...
I'm right here.
I know I'm supposed to be very careful on how I say this. I'm just wondering, to me, I felt that CEA was benefiting more for us holding for the 8% so nobody would be let go because CEA had the most people that would be let go. Does it...
Yeah, you can say that, Councilman. Like I said,
okay.
The only thing when you talk about ongoing negotiations, that's really the only things that are done in the closed-door session. But you're welcome to make whatever comments you believe are relevant to Betsy and her team making their decisions going forward.
Well, my thought was, as I've gone through all of this for the months we've gone through it, that the one group that would, because it's the largest group, that would have the most people that would have to be laid off, that holding everybody together as a team, so we gave up the 8%, would be most beneficial to that group because it would help them more. You don't have as much flexibility when you have the most members by far that would be involved with the laid off. You don't have to answer that question. It's not a good question, but that's how I felt about it. And gee, I don't know. Our CEA guy came up and he talked and he mentioned I think every member of this council except myself. So I don't know. I must have not, or wrong, right or wrong, I don't know. But I want to tell you, of all groups, CEA, I know, I have a very close relative with 2 kids in college, and he's facing this along with you, so I certainly understand the situation. I just feel that if we take that short-term approach, and I know it's more than 8% when you add it up, if we could just do it for the year, that perhaps we could, by then things might be working out better. It might not be as much the second year. And that's how I feel about all of this. But I do feel we better all work together, because I see some places where you can say, I have more flexibility in this union, and we can do this, this, and this. And then the others have less flexibility, so it sort of ends that the brunt would be on them. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you very much.
All right, well, I'm going to treat this as citizens' participation, because it's not, it really is not agendized at this point, other than for citizens' participation. So, Councilman Ross, did you want to be heard?
3 minutes, Your Honor.
All right, put the timer on.
Betsy, Mr. Collins brings up a good point. I meant to ask this question earlier. Both the mayor and you have indicated why we're here today. I mean, we just don't have the money. We don't have the revenue. And without any of the collective bargaining units coming to the table and having discussions with you and with us as the city of Las Vegas, these are the things we have to do. This is what we're doing. This is that we just approved an agenda item for you to move forward without any of that stuff. And that's significant to know, and Mayor, you've already clarified that. But what happens if one of those units does step up to the plate and say, hey, I want to swing the bat, and then we've got a good recommendation here? How do we incorporate that in to what we already approved? Will you have to manipulate what we've already approved if one of the units does come forward and says, hey, we recognize we got to do something, and we're trying to, because I know Mr. Collins has been doing that, and that's significant. So I'm just asking that question, put that on the table.
What we would do is, let's assume for a second that we had a proposal, like the one that Mr. Collins put in, that was being monetized, if you will, over the last week to figure out the value. That proposal and any other proposal would be considered by the mayor and council. We brief you on that the way we have in the past in the closed door session. If it's something that is close to what we have identified as our target, the 8%, then we would bring that back to the council for separate action with the new agreement. And then there would have to be commensurate adjustments to this list. What I have been unwilling to do, and I've told all of you this, is not protect one unit over another because one wanted to protect just their group.
Right.
Because that becomes a priority decision on your part. It's not too different than the discussion we had today about partial restoration of Reed Whipple, further reduction at Evolve. You'd have that same conversation based on savings from labor concessions. If the beauty of the 8% is that it creates a complete restoration. Anything less than that you have to make prioritization decisions between and among departments, employee groups, program types, and services. And quite frankly, that's what we've been trying to avoid all along.
So, Mayor, so what she's suggesting, am I still in my 3 minutes?
Well, the clerk is fired. That'll save us about $125,000 a year. Not that much? Well, you certainly deserve at least that.
Your Honor, I think what Betsy is also trying to say here is we're all in this together. We're all trying to find a solution to this. It's not him or them. And bless Councilman Barlow and Mayor Pro Tem for their efforts with Reed Whipple. I'm sure some kids in the Great Northwest are playing music or acting over there or doing something. That's good. But, that doesn't really affect Ward 6. But I support that because it's important to these council members. And that's significant to know because we're all in this together.
Mayor Goodman.
Councilor Wilson.
Please. Mr.
Timer,
King, a question, please. One of the things that I've been battling internally, and I've actually mentioned it in many of our briefings over the last 6 to 12 months, is what do our employees themselves really think? And I respect you, Mr. King, for the people you represent, Dean Fletcher for the people you represent, Mr. Collins, Ms. Valenzuela. But here's the heart of my question. I've always wondered what the majority of the city employees feel about whether they would be willing to accept a cut in pay, is what we're talking about, in order to avoid having their brethren right next to them laid off. And I think we talked about this in a sit-down meeting we had about a month ago, because that's internally what I've been battling over. You know, if I was a city employee, a member of your union, and I had to make a choice, should I take an 8% cut, which may affect my ability to pay my mortgage, put my kids, you know, through school, etc., to save my fellow colleague's job, would I vote that way? And what, you know, and we've been talking about this for months. You're doing a survey now, I understand, and I trust that survey is asking just that question. Is that what the survey that you're talking about?
The survey will give. Is this on? Okay. Don King, President of Las Vegas City Employees Association. The survey will give us a better direction of where the members are. We have members, I can tell you, we have some members that don't want to give the city anything. There are members out there that feel that part of the city is trying to do is get through the contracts. Ms. Tartanian, I apologize that you weren't mentioned by my coworker.
Was it you? I think it was the other
But
two.
I will tell you something. It's hard for a lot of members to reach in their pocket and give you 8% today that they're never going to see back. It's not temporary. It's permanent. And another 8% next year is going as well. That's 16%. I have members out there, and I'm very sympathetic to every employee that's on the bubble. I have no problem giving concessions if that's what the members want us to do. But I have members that 8% is going to cost them lose their home or worse.
Are you telling me, Mr. King, without the results of your survey coming back, that based upon your feel of your members, that the majority of your members would rather not take a cut in pay to preserve
That's not
jobs?
what I'm saying, Councilman. What I'm saying is...
Well, see, that's something I'd like to know.
If I had to flip a coin right
because
today...
that's what... Hold on.
Okay.
Because that's the internal battle that I've had. Do we lay off people, or do we keep pushing for this 8% cut? Because the feel I'm getting is that many of your employees would say, you know, I'm sorry, Bill, but I've been here a long time and I can't afford a pay cut. That's what I'm trying to get a feel for.
And if I flipped a coin today, Councilman, I wouldn't bet which way it was going to come up. The purpose of the survey. I needed more direction from my membership.
Thank you. All right, I think we've heard from everybody, unless one of the council members has something in addition. All right, seeing none, the meeting's adjourned.
Okay.